And a special thank you to Destan Women's Assembly and the team of volunteer translators. I want to begin my talk by commemorating all of the women who have died in the struggle for liberation. In particular, I want to pay tribute to our friend Nagihan Akarsel, who was cold-bloodedly assassinated last month. Every time we come together in such events, we feel their presence and do honor to their struggles. So I want to speak about fragmentation also on a global scale. Since last time we met, since the last conference in 2018, we have seen a global rise in local and transnational women's struggles that demand system change. And at the same time, in different parts of the world, right-wing fascist movements have been empowered in part. I'm not even speaking. I'm joking. I'm sorry, I will slow down. At the same time, in different parts of the world, right-wing fascist movements have been empowered in part by state crackdowns on women, minorities, the poor, the migrants, and justice-oriented social movements. And I think we should not exceptionalize people like Trump, like Erdogan, Modi, and Bolsonaro, but rather understand the political climate and global conditions that continue to produce and reproduce the normalization of fascism. And in many ways, actually, and this is what I would like to focus on, they represent the naked face of the capitalist patriarchal system. They are not a glitch in the matrix. They are not exceptions. They are the system's true face. So at the same time as we see a rise in women's liberation struggles, we see how liberalism is imposed on women's struggles as the safest and most viable option for equality and change. We see today that radical, revolutionary slogans and symbols increasingly become commodified, mass-produced, emptied of their meaning, and sold back in plastic to the same people that gave their lives creating these values. Today, even the violence of groups like Frontex, like the CIA, like NATO, get purple-washed, pink-washed in recruitment ads, for example. And sadly, we must today recognize that what we call the system actually today also has a woman's face. It has an LGBT face with female and queer presidents, ministers, CEOs who act in the interest of state and capital. We have seen, of course, many fabulous protest videos over the last few weeks, but I would like to ask, maybe the image of the struggling woman itself is not subversive, especially if that image can be stolen, it can be distorted, it can be uprooted, decontextualized. And we have seen, of course, how the image of the Kurdish woman fighter or the slogan Jinjian Azadi is often distorted as like a Hollywood-like entertainment trope, while Kurdish women are on a daily basis, including with the use of chemical weapons, murdered above all by a NATO member, the second largest NATO army. And the reason why the capitalist and patriarchal system is using the image is because it is so powerful. So it needs the image in order to empty it of its meaning, to steal it, so that it can pacify the actual organizational efforts of women. So in a world in which, on one hand, women are among the main targets of fascism, and on the other hand, increasingly, they become the pretty face, if you will, of systems of power. And we see also many women in right-wing movements, in fascist movements. I think ideological vigilance is very important. We need to ask today, what kind of women's activism is seen as acceptable and why? And what In what ways are states using also social movements, domestically as well as abroad, for their own geopolitical interests? And what kinds of feminisms propose oppositional perspectives, and which ones legitimize systems of power, especially the state? So basically, what kind of women's resistance is permitted and even sponsored, and what is stigmatized and criminalized? I think the Kurdish women's movement is a very good example. So I want to ask a serious question. What is Daesh? What is ISIS? To what extent can we confidently say today, despite all the sacrifices that women have given, that we confidently know and understand the factors that led up to the rise of this fascist group? There are now, in Germany too, trials against individual ISIS members, and people talk about social, socioeconomic, and other reasons for why people join such groups. But these seemingly apolitical approaches to justice and accountability are advanced by governments, by think tanks, by academic institutions, but they deliberately evade the main question that we need to ask. In what ways have the same countries, the same systems that claim to fight Daesh actually led to its rise and its reproduction? There are now thousands of Daesh members in captivity in Syria with no proper international effort for justice and accountability. But this is not neglect, it's actually politics. And I think even if you're very far away from the Middle East, even if you're in Latin America, you as a woman have the right to know what has created ISIS. And why? Because as long as we don't have the proper questions and the right answers, there will be another Daesh every year. And so, of course, in the coming weeks, people will be celebrating the World Cup in Qatar, and many people have already spoken about the lack of women's rights, LGBT rights, and the deaths of hundreds of migrant workers who were sacrificed while building these stadiums. And these topics are very important. But how come nobody is asking about the fact that Qatar, among other countries, has from the start openly armed and funded radical Islamist groups like al-Nusra in Syria, with the approval of Western states, above all the US? This is not a secret, but for some reason someone decided that this is not relevant to the public. And of course we know that Qatar also has been at the forefront of normalizing the fascist regime of the Taliban in Afghanistan. We have already heard about the fascism of the Turkish state and its cooperation with radical Islamist groups in Syria especially. And yet, one of the first moves of the German government, with a self-proclaimed feminist foreign minister, has been to reaffirm Germany's strategic alliance with the Turkish state, especially with regards to security. So we often, as women, we tend to attribute questions around Islamism and fascism to local dynamics, to cultural questions, but we need to look at the bigger picture. Countries like Qatar and Turkey are not doing anything without the approval of countries like the US and Europe. And we need to break with the discourse that Turkey is a rogue state inside NATO and it needs to be kicked out of NATO. Instead, we need to change the language and say Turkey is the naked. Sorry. We need to say, okay, sorry, okay. Okay. Okay, yeah. So we need to break with the discourse that Turkey is a rogue NATO member, and instead say Turkey is the true face of NATO. Turkey is NATO. Turkey is not an exception inside NATO. This is NATO. What is being done to women like Hevrin Khalaf in Syria, this is the open face of NATO. In the this is a very shadowy, secretive world, and sadly many feminist movements, women's movements don't want to touch that world. But actually we need to make sure we don't leave that knowledge production to states, to governments, to think tanks. And we owe this answer to millions of refugees. So I know I don't have much time because I need to also be speaking more slowly. As we have seen in the last years, also. 10 minutes. Okay. That's good. We've generous. Oh, thank you. So we have seen in a short period of time, of course, the image of the women being very much seen in the media, but there was a silence when the Turkish state attacked in its military operations northern Syria. And the ones who now utter Jin Jiyan Azadi, who hold up posters, I'm talking about people like the German foreign minister and others, who now use the slogan because it can encourage regime change in Iran, which is an enemy of the West. They actively sponsor Turkey's militaristic neo-Ottoman project. And this too is how the struggle of women gets divided. The same forces, are able to attack the so-called illiberals, the authoritarians, and blame them for all kinds of violence against women. But the same people are actively sponsoring similar and actually worse groups in countries, through countries like Turkey and Qatar and others, Saudi Arabia, for example. So in the last couple of weeks, we've seen that we've seen many people rise up against the war in Ukraine, and I think it's actually relatively, that's very important to condemn all war and all violence, but it's relatively easy to align with your foreign ministry, with your government's foreign policy and condemn the wars of regimes that are seen as rogue states. That's important, but it is almost impossible to expose the war crimes and atrocities committed by NATO countries. It is almost impossible to do that. And the propaganda, really, the propaganda of Western countries is so powerful that most citizens of Western countries don't even know what kind of groups their governments are sponsoring. So the media reports the smallest protest actions of people who are condemning the violence of countries that are the enemies of the West. But daily, the activities of those who criticize the complicity of Western states in war crimes, they get completely erased from our view. I want to ask those of you who have been staying in this weekend with Kurdish families, do you know how much the Kurdish freedom movement is criminalized in this country? So many of the women who organize this conference, they face daily police harassment, surveillance, raids, deportation threats, and many are on the hit list of the Turkish intelligence in Europe, and this is with the knowledge of European states. We still don't know what happened exactly before the killing of Sakine Cansız, Leyla Şaylemez, and Fidan Doğan in Paris, but we know the French state knows. And I want to stress that this criminalization of the Kurdish freedom movement in Europe is directly connected to the fact that the Kurdistan freedom movement, and that includes the women's movement, is one of the most organized, most radical, most grassroots social movements in Europe. It's not just the Kurdish movement. So, and the reason why I want to say this is because this is a movement that within hours can mobilize protests simultaneously in so many countries. But the media is not showing it, but it is the strength of this movement that makes it such a target of liberal democratic violence. And the German state protects neo-Nazis, but it attacks Kurdish women. So I'm aware of time, so I just want to say a few last notes. It's that it's not possible to understand the fragmentation of our struggles and the rise of religious extremism, nationalism, far-right militant groups, if we only look at them as cultural issues within national borders. This is directly the rise of these groups is directly related to the attacks and the criminalization of radical anti-system movements like the Kurdish freedom movement. And these are geopolitical questions, and women's liberation struggles need to be so much more proactive in exposing this darkness. We should not be just focusing on cultural issues inside our borders. Every woman in Europe has the right to ask, why is my government actively, directly or indirectly, I need to know the truth. How is my government helping the rise of ISIS and ISIS-like groups on a daily basis? It's not fighting terror. The Western liberal democracies are actively creating terrorism, especially for women. And this is where I think we need to be very, very careful. And here's what I want to say, especially to my generation. Is that we tend to sometimes not realize just how long other women before us have been struggling to get where we are. And in the age of social media, we see that the images that we seem to think that everybody is now a feminist, everybody is now supporting rights. That's just not true. We see on a daily basis also rights being taken away. That's why I think one of the biggest fragmenters of women's struggles is actually liberal feminism, which is in very proximity with the state. This is also a global class issue. This is a class issue because liberal feminism creates elite profiles, and we need to, every time when we see that one woman is picked out from a struggle and amplified suddenly and gets to speak everywhere. We just heard the example from Sudan, from Afghanistan and elsewhere. We need to be careful. What is the politics of this? So in this sense, I think, just as a last note, this conference is a great example of what we can achieve in an autonomous way. No government, no foundation of a rich man, no party, no state has been asked for a single euro for this conference. This is something we should not take for granted, because many women's movements today rely on the money of the system. That's why here we can talk about women's militancy, we can talk about revolution and mean it, but in other places people have to always silence themselves. So in this conference, we are not selling our soul to the system. We are free because we're autonomous. And I think it is not the job of women's movements to help the system reform itself. Our job is really to revolutionize and radicalize and help also liberal feminist tendencies to come back from the world of patriarchy and to unite our struggles instead. So, just as a last point, I think what we need to, when we say revolution, of course, we don't talk about anything in the abstract, but we need to emotionally, psychologically break with liberal feminism. We need to understand, have a new definition of revolution that is not patriarchal and state-oriented, but we should also not be so esoteric, and we need to speak about the human condition more broadly. This is not a Eurocentric approach to universality that eradicates difference and monopolizes and accumulates for the purpose of profit. This is a democratic quest, what we're doing. It's a call for a global collective effort in a time in which our planet really faces extinction. In this sense, it is very important that we continue to fight together and resist this ideological assimilation and make sure that our symbols, our slogans cannot be stolen by the system. Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful analysis, Dilal. You're absolutely... You're absolutely spot on in terms of asking the right questions and your analysis of the geopolitical realities lying behind the propaganda, and also the issue of forced marriage to non-British spouses, when what we have asked for is perhaps funding for refugees or training for professionals like teachers and social workers to be sensitive to the dangers facing young girls. We do this because we cannot go to our communities for protection. Sorry. So, to address some of these questions, we are joined by Dr. Angela Al-Mamari. She is the co-founder and head of the Peace Portfolio for the Women for Yemen network. Please welcome Angela. If you can just wait 1 minute, because I understand that the translators have to switch booths at this point. So just 1 minute before you start. I'm speaking.
Assalamu alaikum.
Welcome, everybody. Before starting, I want to just ask one question. Who in the room has already heard about the Yemen? If somebody heard about the Yemen, can please raise her hand or her hand. I'm Dr. Angela Sultan Al-Ma'mari, one of the citizens of the Republic of Yemen. The Yemen, or the Republic of Yemen, is situated in the south of the Arabic islands, in the west-south of Asia, and on the borders with Saudi Arabia and the Arabic Sea, and on the east, Oman, and on the west, the Red Sea. And as you heard, this is what made the Yemen an geopolitical, strategic place over the seas and the maritime ways. I want to thank you all for this conference and for uniting all the movement of women here, because my arriving here wasn't easy. I'm in a country that is surrounded, and it's very difficult to travel in and out. I will start by saying that women and the revolution of women will continue and will never stop. And it's a continuity. It's a continuity of all the revolutions and all the words. And it's an issue of women united and will last until years and years. Today, the Yemen is in its 8 years of a war that is fought between the right and the Yemen is dealing with a difficult situation because of the war and the human conditions. And according to the United Nations, the rights of humans is tricky because 20 million people are in urgent need of defense. There are 73% of the people and 4 million people, refugee people, that went from Yemen, and most of them are women. This raised inequality between the genders because the Yemen is one of the countries, the most countries where the discrepancies between the sexes is very strong. Today, he was the 155 country, whereas before he was the 21. So today, being a woman in Yemen is very difficult because 1 in 5 has psychological problems in the Yemen. The Yemeni woman in general has been fighting a long struggle in her social life in order to be able to share in the political, economical, and social life. And after many demands for her to be able to be in the decisions, it became clear that a lot of actions to forbid her from sharing or participating in the Spring Revolution in 2011. And half of the population of Yemen is women, and we are 25 million people, and the majority of the countries who signed the international agreements ask for equality for women, but the Yemen is one of the least or the worst countries who is fighting for equality of women. In the parliament today, there is only one woman who represents half of the citizens. They appointed only 2 women, and there are 109 men appointed since 2006. The number of ministry women are only one or two, whereas there are 30 man ministers. When they agreed to give to women political responsibilities, this hasn't been present on the ground. Today, the rights of women are not really seen because they are not really represented. Today, what the United Nations are trying to do to include women in the work for peace is still not enough, even though women participated a lot in the work for peace. A lot of network of women were created, although the movement of women did not succeed to achieve peace or to take seats of places in diplomatic discussions. I want to talk about all the struggles of women in history. As some of you know, the Yemen was ruled by many queens, 12 queens, and the most famous is the Queen Balqis and the Queen Arwa. And during their reign, the Yemen was one of the most developed countries. And the struggles continue in the social life of the Yemenite women. But with the technology and the development and the demands for rights for women, we can see that she is never present in the decisions. The Yemen fought a lot or tried to share in a lot of discussions for peace since the war in 2015. There was a lot of discussions, and we came to two conferences, one in Geneva that represented the civil movement. In December, two women participated, and after that, there was a discussion in Kuwait in 2016. Thanks to the conferences that I made with some of the women who represented and participated in those discussions, they told me that their decisions were and their impressions are that the discussion in the Kuwait was one of the most important and integrating for women. One woman represented the Union of Saleh, who was the president of Yemen, and for the first time, 7 women participated to the discussion, and it was a first. After that, in Stockholm in November 28, there was an agreement between the government of Yemen and which is recognized internationally, and the movement Ansar Allah. This agreement was achieved in Stockholm under the supervision of the United Nations, and the women were not present in those discussions. And here, a movement was created to help women be integrated in those discussions, because we fear that if women are not present on the table and in the discussions, the writing of the laws and the plans will be also absent from the laws and the planning for the nation. Today, the government was put in place in April 2022, but sadly, the creation of the government is not including any woman. There is no one woman in the government. Today, the government is 100% male. But this, but in order to not present a bad image, they put some women in some committees.
في لجنة المصالحة
5 women are put in the committee of peace, but there are 50 men, and in the committee of justice there is only 2 women and 9 men, and in the committee on economy there is only 1 woman and 40 men. The Yemen went through a lot of revolutions and women were always there, but sadly, because of the patriarchy system, women were never talking about in the press. In the revolution of 26 September 1962, the revolution was in the north, and most of the activists were men. But when we looked for women, we found one of the revolutionary women called Tuhfa Said, and Tuhfa was fighting in the north, where the fight was really difficult, but she succeeded to impose her opinion. In the revolution of 14 October 1963, the women were fighting and tried to escape from the British colonialism. And after that, the revolution in the South in 2007, all the women were present in the places and the marches. The revolution of 11 February 2011 was a big change for women, and they went all to the streets, even if the civil society forbids the women from getting to the streets. In the national discussion in March 2013, there were 30% of women engaged in the revolution. But to be short, there was a lot of obstacles that forbade women from continuing the struggle. The lack of the will, political will of women to take seats of power, and the lack of the national participation for women, and there is a true lack of the representation of some groups of women, like the women who live in the city countryside and who are coming from minorities, but there is no true political will to engage women. really in the political life. So I hope that everybody will go and look and uh, understand more about the situation of women in Yemen, because there is also some laws who still forbid women from going on the street without a male supervision. And this is the situation of women in Yemen, and God help us. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. I think we will need more than God to help us. I think we need all the women in this room to help us and more across the world. I just wanted to say to Angela that we will need more than God to help women in Yemen. We will need the entire feminist movement of the world. Thank you. Next up is Marta Dillon from Argentina, who is a writer. She is a writer, a journalist. Viva! So just to complete her introduction, she's a writer, journalist, and a lesbian feminist activist. Please welcome Marta.
Buenos días. Thank you very much for inviting me. I come to this meeting, to this gathering, very excited, in a humble way, with the sweetness of many comrades that are in our territories and many of them who are here, especially the women from Avia Yala, who are water and land defenders of all the ways of life in our territories. Those who have been recuperating the territories who were exploited by the colonialism, those who are defending our resources from the extractivism. It will be a little bit difficult for me to speak slowly. I want to say first. I want to explain you a little bit what is Ni Una Menos, not one more for those who are not don't know about it in this room. But first, I would like to explain that this banner that is saying the guerrilleras are our comrades, it's part of this hack and this sweetness that we want to reproduce, sweetness that it's not only it's not about the gesture, it's about the love being in
that disappeared and killed over the dictatorship, the military and the religious clergy over the 70s and the 80s. We are these daughters of these mothers. We belong to these mothers and these grandmothers of the Mayo Square, the ones that use their own identity as mothers to go to demand from their own child and to build citizenship for all in our territories, and finally to change this dictatorship. And also, of course, we are also comrades of the guerrillas that are in the mountains in Kurdistan, the ones that also have been in other territories in Avia Yala. And we are building a feminist from Abya Yala until Kurdistan, and from Kurdistan until Abya Yala.
Nuestro
Our
movimiento
movement, Ni Una Menos, it gathers together a lot of collectives and groups, and also people that added themselves to our struggle, had some characteristics that I'm gonna share over the time. But our movement is plurinational, and not just as a declaration, but also in the way that we were shaping and taking the streets to denounce the violence against women, the machismo and sexist violence. And we call them in the two ways because machism, it's connected with certain cultural ways, and patriarchy is a system, a political, economic, and system and social system that it get organizing our lives since millenary times. We come from taking the streets to denounce the feminicides, but not just only to denounce them, but to bring in the front to all the murders, to all women killed from feminicides, to make a collective process to memory of them, because they are not private deaths, they are political deaths, political killings. And when we go to the streets to remember them, the comrades from the original people, the indigenous community also were working there. And they put in the same way the need to gather together to make a collective memory from all the comrades killed defending the land. Also for the genocide that has been made in the indigenous people. The countries that now are known in America Latina are founded in the indigenous genocide, and not just in the genocide, but also in the systematic violation of the indigenous comrades, with the negation of the racism. Actually, in our country, it's a lot like this, that they think that we are just at differences of races, but this state nation, it's built on the bottom of the killing of the diversity of different ways of how to live, and we need to recover them. Our movement talks many languages. It's polyglot. We talk many languages. Guarani, we talk Mapudungun, Portuguese, Spanish. We talk the languages of the streets, the languages of the neighborhoods, the languages of the urbanity. We talk the language that the women speak, the trans, the travestis, the lesbians, when they gather together in the kitchens, the languages that the comrades that break the way to demand for what was the reason of the accumulation of economic crisis that Argentina was suffering. So we gather around the communal kitchens in order to give food to their young child. So from this front get started the popular feminism. This feminism was born from this constatation, from this assignation that when our women, our comrades were putting the body to cut the roots, their voices were not heard. But when they were asking and demanding political participation, they were coming back to their own houses, and they will still continue having a lot and receiving violence. So from these popular roots, it's growing our movement. It's a movement that we call a popular feminism. It's trans-feminist, it's trans-border, goes beyond borders, intergenerational. It's really important for us to say there's a lot of young women and a lot of really old women that we all work together. There's travestis that had been survived to the lives that had been imposed of them. And there's others that even when they did not survive, they still working next to us. As Loana Barkins.
y por supuesto
And of course, We have a lot of antis to say: anti-capitalism, anti-racist, anti-colonial, anti-capacitist, anti-patriarchal, anti-repressive, anti-fascism. And also we can continue like this. But to say all the antis of all we recognize, it's also to mark limits that which is our feminism, which is the feminism we want to build, because we know that our movements, in the way that they develop in massive movements, a lot of times we gather inside sometimes a conservative answer also. So for this reason, in this moment, we see that this conservative answer, it's trying to divide our movement. Dilar also had said, so thanks also to mention it already, because our slogans can be appropriated, and how this appropriation of our slogans, it has been made really visible with the raising up of the fascism and after the pandemic.
Entonces, salimos en 2015.
So in 2015, we went to the streets out of this need to make a point to say stop, like nunca más, like never again, said the mothers of the Mayo Square. We say ni una menos, no one more, to put a limit to the feminicides, and that this is understood as a common and political problem. In 2016, next year, that it was our first year to go outside to the streets, we understood that this was not enough just to go to the streets to make a demonstration, but we had to find a tool to make concrete our definitions of our movement. And this tool was the strike. And the October of 2016, we had made a struggle as an answer of a concretely feminicide that was speaking, that was talked from this colonial approach. I'm not going to talk about these characteristics, but the cruelty that has been put in the body of this young woman that had been killed was remembering us a lot of other colonial moments. So we had made the first feminist strike because we had to speak not just about the cruel moments that in definitive they are an indisciplination of all times that we are hearing that. This is a reproduction of the fear, but from the other side, we understood that what we had to talk about, it was this economic and political condition that has been installing from us our autonomy, that are forbidding us to say no when we say, that they are still convincing us that the felicity, that the happiness, it's something that we need to search. But the romantic love, the exit, the capital accumulation, and the family, the good way of for family with a lot of not, it's something that makes to turn around the hamster round like in a trap. We just not talk about women's movement. We talk about feminisms in plural, because we think that it's not just the revolution in the streets, but also the battle in the streets. The tool of the strike gave to us the capacity to have alliances with the ones that also were in the syndicates, in the unions, in the works, in the non-recognized works. It gives to us the possibility to recognize each other as workers, because we had in the first instance the time that it's expropriated from us, the non-paid jobs, the care works. As Federici was saying, these works are not love, it's work without paying. And in this work that it's not paid, we have made alliances with the informal workers, with the ones that take care about the garbage, the sexual workers also, with these ones that make the domestic work, the ones that make this work that is not registered in the majority of the times in our country. And all we could stop for a while, for some minutes, to take consciousness that if this work is not made for us, it's not made for no one, and to make visible these works.
Y paramos,
And
perdón,
we stop also to recover time for us, for ourselves. The time, it's one of the variables of exploitation that it's more present in our times, at least in our territories. Over the pandemic, that it has been like a nightmare, as a feminist nightmare, because we get put in our houses, because the violence rised up in all these houses, because the accumulation of slaves inside the same houses, when we were realizing the care works, so we could not have this potency that daily life is giving to us together with other comrades. So sing, we sing normally, fight with the comrade you like. So, and this potency from from these moments has been exploited in the name of care, has been stolen in the name of care. We knew that has a lot of protection measurements. Actually, when the health system was defeated, when we had not vaccination, where the biopolitical organization of the world was giving a lot of money and sources from the global north and the south global, but also there's these places, these territories that it's not being seen, that is just sending there the garbage.
lo voy a seguir intentando.
I'm gonna continue trying to go slow. I just wanted to underline this idea of recover time for ourselves, to recover time for all of us. This that we are doing now, it's to win this time for us. To struggle next to our comrades is to recover time for us. And I'm not saying to win, because we want to decolonize also our languages. To recover, it's also to recognize that we have been colonized and to recover it, to take it back, to imagine, because it's really fundamental to keep on imagining the world that we want to win, that we want to build. I'm talking about the feminist strike because we think that from this red of the Kurdish comrades, this network that they invite us to build together, we need that from here are developing common actions. And we think that the possibility of a feminist strike is a chance of spread the networks and the connections that we can make from here to another territories, and that even in some territories the strike can be just for some minutes, for some hours, for just a little group. It's also important from the places where there's small people living. We need to organize also that this is happening because this is contagious. So this can be an influence and inspiration from other places of the world. So in this frame, we need to make our feminist energy expand.
I have to say some things. Dos cositas más.
Two more things. My brain is thinking in English and I'm talking in Spanish, so it's difficult. Two more things. One of the slogans. So from these years that we were in the streets, so our slogans have been in accumulation. So in the first year we say ni una menos, and we say a life we want. And this ends we say ni una menos and a life, and without depths we want ourselves.
¿Por qué hablamos de desendeudamiento?
Why we talk about debts? The countries in the global south, they are conditioned for the external debts from the financiation of the economy. That is not a state problem, but from the ones that it's pretend to pay these debts, it's we. We are these workers, the informal workers, the ones that have care workers that are not recognized as a work, the ones that make the communitarian works. These debts between states, we all are paying. We all are paying these debts. The debts are getting inside our houses. They keep us busy making accountability. The debts, it's like putting in limits our life. That's since from we start to live until we live. We cannot carry these debts. These debts is with ourselves because they need to give to us more than one life, the life of our moms, of our grandmothers, the life that we deserve and the one that we need to build.
Muy cortito. Voy a decir.
I'm going to say something really short. Of course, our struggle is intersectional. For sure, we think and we believe that the feminists are like a wall against fascism because the feminist comes to destabilize the ways of conservative life that fascism pretend to impose on us. And for this reason, they are attacking us. We are in a moment nowhere in the story had created so much steps for liberation. But in this point in the story, we are finding a lot of poverty and hunger. The capitalism and the neoliberalism is crashing. And with this, they come to our territories in Avia Yala, searching to expropriate our last sources that we have still in our places. And we say again, we are not going to be again territory of colonialization. In our territory, the fascism, the different ways of fascism, they are the visible face, they are the promise of conservative order that this past it's possible when the families were established, when the trans families and people were invisible. But we say behind this staying the capitalist accumulation that does not stop and that comes to build enemy, comes to build ideas of enemy. So they expropriate our territories with the excuse that other people and other communities are terrorists, that they are not from here, that they are foreigners, that they come to build our banners. So in this moment, the Mapuche communities are the ones that are suffering this stigmatization and this repression, this persecution for the state. In this moment in Argentina, we have 6 comrades, Mapuches, that are in prison, that had been taken by her daughters and child. One of them is pregnant of 9 months, submitted to torture, separated from the nurse that was accompanying the embracement. In Argentina, one woman has been given birth also in prison. This I wanted to say to all of you because the threat of to be a terrorist when the states are the ones that are committing acts of terrorism, it's something that we need to denounce and to defend from the feminist networks that we will be able to build. So for these comrades, freedom.
Thank you. Thank you, Marta. I think your reminder to us to reclaim and recover time for ourselves is a really important one because we are all victims of the capitalist clock and we really have to hold ourselves back. I think your proposal for a feminist strike is something that we may take forward to the next session. I've always been inspired by the women who came out in Iceland for a whole day, and that's one great way of making our labor visible, because when we are out on the streets, then there is nobody doing the work that we have done traditionally. So yes, thank you very much for that. We are Okay, so we are running quite late. We are now moving into our third and final section on genealogy. I just want to say very, very quickly just a few things about my own need for clarification on this. I do really want to try and understand the differences between Western feminist thought, which has many different strands, and genealogy, which Abdullah Öcalan has called the science of women. I used to think that the main difference was Öcalan's insistence that feminism can never be totally successful in a capitalist system, that class and race equality in a secular democratic system is part of the struggle for women's liberation. But there are strands of Western feminism that also argue that. I guess genealogy's primary distinction from other feminist theorizing. All of it? No. Okay. Okay. I guess genealogy's primary distinction from other feminist theorizing is that it has also been described as the science of women's revolution. In making its claim to exceptionalism and to being a new paradigm, does genealogy homogenize Western feminism as mainly liberal without recognizing its more radical strands? It could also be argued that Kurdish women's claims to exceptionalism must be recognized simply because it has given rise to the first women's revolution in the world. But how much of that can be credited to material conditions and how much to ideological differences? So over to Elif Kaya, who is a member of the Genealogy Academy and on the board of the Genealogy Journal, who I hope will tease out some of these differences between genealogy and other feminist theories. Please welcome Elif.
Ses geliyor mu? Ben de konuşmama Nagihan Akarsel
I
arkadaşımız
would like to. Our friend Nagihan Akarsel always said, if we believe, it will become real. And it's a basic slogan. And we are here because we believe. The person who gave to us this belief and who spent his life with struggle, the member of Genealogy Committee, Nagihan Akarsel, our dear friend, our dear comrade, I want to commemorate her. I know she's here now, she's watching us now, she's with us now, and I would like to make my presentation in this manner. At the same time, the woman freedom struggle, she put a lot of efforts in it, in the history of woman, his struggle of woman. I would like to also salute Abuyela woman, and I would like to also salute Şebnem Korur Fincancı, who is arrested, supporting our struggle, talking about the chemical weapons. She is in prison now. I would like to send my greetings to her as well.
şimdi belirtilen sorular
Now, the questions that are raised are really important, but our time is very limited. What is the difference between feminism and genealogy? We would really like to have a really long time to discuss this, but in other sessions, we can discuss this, because today we are going to talk about sociology of freedom, or when we are doing women's revolution, What kind of paradigm we have to focus on? So today I'm going to focus on this. The life we desire is not miracle, but comes through revolution. This is our main slogan. Yes, we all want a free life, but we also know that it's not happening with a miracle from our experience, from previous experiences. But our revolution is going to happen according to what? Which values do we take? And which paradigm do we rely on? This is a very important question. For genealogy, for searching for a woman's revolution, it is a basic question. Existing scientific approaches cannot answer the questions. Therefore, we need a new approach, a new science. Therefore, the sociology of freedom and genealogy gives us a new exit. It's a very big question, but I'm going to try to focus on the basics of it. As you know, revolution focuses on the social change that is in its we have to emphasize that every revolution is not towards freedom. The ideological structure defines the quality of the change, and we have seen a lot of examples of it in history. Sometimes these changes, they even limit the freedoms more. For example, they create more conservative lines after revolutions. For example, 1978-79 Iranian Revolution. We can look at this revolution in this sense. Even though it wasn't based on social freedom. For example, the murder of Jina Amini today is a result of this conservative mindset. So, revolutions has to be connected to freedom. Therefore, the sociology of freedom connects the revolution and freedom and makes us possible to understand this connection. Sociology, as you know, started in the 18th century. It was in order to understand the society after Industrial Revolution. Even though it has this intention in the beginning, we know it didn't continue so much in this sense. Positivist science affected sociology, put sociology under the positivist paradigm. Mathematics, physics, such positivist science cannot be implemented in the social analysis, but they try to do this. Therefore, with this methodology to understand the social issues, it became one of the problems in short time, the positivist approach itself. It's it's putting metaphysics out of its approach. It's only focusing on developmental understanding of history, and it's really weak in understanding the social truth. Positivist sociology had some critiques on it, and these problems tried to be overcome. But there is not a holistic understanding to overcome the problems of positivist sociology. So it was weak to critiques towards it. Therefore, the sociology of freedom is offering us a new exit from these problems. The sociology of freedom focuses on the quantum physics results and tries to bring a holistic approach to society, to nature, history, individual, and it's discussing the whole question in a holistic approach. When we look at the freedom as diversity, multiplicity in universe, and when we focus on, we have to be against the monopolization and focus on the multi-plurality, and it defines the state. It defines the state where the freedom stops. So I'm just going to repeat it for the other languages. The sociology of freedom defines the state where the freedom ends. The freedom of sociology, when it's focusing on the social issues, has an interaction with universe, nature, and history. Every development, what is happening, we have to take it in context of its historical condition. So we look at the tree together with its roots. And we say that history becomes socialized and sociology becomes historicized. So we evaluate history with the social science and we focus on social science with the history. Öcalan says that history is hidden in our today and we are hidden in the history, in the beginning of the history. Of course, what we experience at the moment is very connected to the history. For example, in the year 2011, there was Arab Spring in Middle East, Spring of People. It was widespread in a big geography, and the common slogan of this Spring of People was freedom and a democratic society, but it didn't result in every country in the same ways. For example, in Rojava, these uprisings ended up in democratic confederalism system, and in Egypt, it's ended up in military dictatorship. Why it didn't end up in the same way in everywhere in the Middle East? We are exactly discussing about this because at the moment of chaotic moment has roots, connections, memory of history. When in Rojava there was a revolutionary development because there was ideological, organizational tradition of struggle there. It was relying on this tradition. Therefore, during the chaotic environment, it was possible to create the revolution at that moment. In this context, we cannot understand the history of society, just some events next to each other, but we are trying to connect the social and historical into each other, and we create the sociology of freedom perspective. For example, in the year 2014, Kurdish women gained a lot of attention from all over the world, and there were a lot of articles written, researches on them, but we only saw the picture that was created in this moment in history, in this news from the global media. The Kurdish women's movement development, historical, social, ideological background was ignored. They only focused on that moment in Rojava.
Bunun nedeni
The reason
mevcut
for this is that this positivist science is like this. They do not make a dialectical connection between the moment and the history.
öne çıkan ve esas alan
They are more focusing on the moment.
oysa biz biliyoruz ki bir
But
çocuğun
we know
doğumu
that
bile
even
9 ay
for a
11 gün
child
gerektirir.
to come to the world,
10 gün
9 months
olmadan
is
bir çocuk
needed.
doğamaz.
Without
Dokuzda
this
bir
9
çocuk yaşam
months,
şansı bulamaz.
a child cannot be
Öyleyse
born.
devrim nasıl bir
So
siyasal
how come a
aktivite
revolution
olmadan,
can
daha
be
da
born
ideolojik
without a
yapılanma olmadan
historical
gerçekleşebilir?
background,
Gerçekten
without an
gerçekleşeceğini
ideological
biliyoruz.
background? We know that this is not possible.
Bu konu kapsamında
In this context,
kıyaslamak açısından
in
şunu
order
ifade
to
etmek
compare
istiyorum.
the methodologies we have,
Üniversitede 2018
in 2017,
Rojava
we were
gerçekleşen kadın devrimini anlamak açısından bir sosyolojik
trying to understand the women's revolution in Rojava in 2017. We started this research work, and this year, in the beginning of 2022, we made a book out of it. In this book, we saw that this revolution, in order to emerge, had a historical, ideological background,
ve bir deneyim
and it's based on an experience.
Bu biraz jinolojinin esas
Therefore, it's an example of the methodology we have as a genealogy. We are making a research of history of the things.
sanırım zaman az.
I think our time is limited. I don't know if I talked that much, but they say the time is. I'm just in the beginning of the topic now.
Geniş bir konu
It's a
ama
wide topic. I don't know what can I say in such a limited time. But in short, what I want to say that every big change in the world needs to be connected to freedom. Every revolution has to be connected to freedom. And in order to bring this connection to freedom more in front of our eyes, we need to have a new way of knowing, structure of knowledge we need. For example, bourgeois French Revolution is based on positivist science. And if we are talking about women's revolution, if we want to make women's revolution, we have to bring the truth, reality, knowledge of women to our knowledge. And this process we call as genealogy to realize a science of woman, to create a science of woman. A revolution without its own knowledge structure is not going to be successful. It's important that the positivist science is not going to provide us what we need, because it's based on the patriarchal thinking, because they serve to the dominant powers, they serve to the patriarchal powers, so they are hiding the truth of woman. Therefore, it cannot take the woman into its center, and we need a way of knowledge production, a science that is bringing the history of woman, the experience of woman into its center. And this is our ideal with genealogy. This is why we created it. For the topics shortly, if I want to talk about genealogy, researching the history of women, researching the role in social life and in production of women, to make it visible, the role of women in society. Another thing, the symbols of women, the knowledge of women is devalued in the system. We want to find these values and give them meaning again and bring them again into our knowledge, because existing ways of knowledge alienates women. And we want to bring women again together with its own truth, because the women are alienated from their own reality. And the science, patriarchal science, objectifying women, we want to produce the true knowledge instead of the patriarchal knowledge produced about women, objectifying women. Existing understanding of science takes men as norm and defines woman as anomaly, as a divergence from the norm. There are so many examples of it that the man is taken as the norm by the patriarchal science. But when we look at Kurdistan and the slogan of Jinjiyan Azadi, we want to prove that woman has a connection to life, to the social, and to the freedom. If we want to define a society, if we want to create a social freedom, we have to create woman's truth, bring it into our knowledge. And if we want to define even man and patriarchy, we have to define woman ourselves first. We have to create the knowledge of woman and say that it's not some divergence from the normality. It is the resource of the life. So when we can bring this information into the light, then there is a possibility for freedom. Another topic that genealogy is focusing to know what we are and where we came from, but also where are we going. And then we talk about free co-life. It's a scientific research under the studies of genealogy that we are focusing on. Co-partnership, free co-life. We have to also focus. The science cannot only focus on what is existing. It has to also create some solution to the existing. And what is the difference of genealogy from positivist science is that genealogy offers solutions. We also focus on how it should be next to how it is. If I want to put it in more simple words, Jinjiyan Azadi, we are trying to bring the knowledge, science of Jinjiyan Azadi under the light. We are trying to express the knowledge of Jinjiyan Azadi. Methodology of genealogy takes woman into its center, tries to bring the reality, truth of woman under the light. Okay. Just one or two more points and then I will finish. Genealogy is a very young science. In this context, we are working. We are trying to create or recreate the knowledge of women. Genealogy brings us a lot of bravery. It makes us brave. It makes us possible to write the history of women which wasn't not written. A free life is not a dream. It can be real. Hope, courage, passion, it's giving to us. It's connecting us to our roots and bringing us towards the future. And the structure of knowledge that the woman revolution will be based on is created by genealogy. It's creating the concept of hebun, which means to become ourselves, to connect with our roots, and based on this, to be ourselves against every kind of alienation. Jinjiyan Azadi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elif. I'm sorry I had to cut you short, but I did give you extra time because I know that it's a really difficult subject to cover in such a short time, and I'm sure we could have done with at least another 15 minutes. But thank you, Elif, for summarizing the science of women, genealogy, for us. Next up is Jules Falque. She is an academic and a lesbian and feminist activist who has lived and worked in Latin America and the Caribbean. Please welcome Jules.
Hola, bueno, me da mucho gusto y estoy muy
Hello, I'm really thankful to be able to speak here in front of all of you and with you, and also in presence of Berta Cáceres here in our pictures, and Marielle also, and Rosa, and to all other comrades that we have in the walls.
y voy a hablar en
I'm
español.
gonna speak in Spanish because I think that more people can be able to understand, and a lot of thank you to the translators. I will hope to talk with the correct rhythm.
Voy a empezar
I'm gonna start
situando mi punto de vista porque
pointing my point of view because I think it's quite important, precisely talking about epistemology and how we produce knowledge and science.
es un poco extraño.
It's a little bit weird to speak slow.
Quiero
I want to
presentarme
present myself
las relaciones sociales
in the social relationships of sex, race, and class.
y me quiero presentar
And I want to present it
sociológicamente,
sociologist-wise, politically,
y mi biografía, mi
and
trayecto de
biographically way, my way of life, my traces of life. And it's not for a talk about me,
reflexionar
but to
con ustedes,
reflect with all of you
darles elementos
and to
para
give
entender
elements to understand why I
y
think
digo lo que
and say
pienso y digo.
what I think and I say.
Ok. A nivel de las relaciones sociales,
So correlated to social sex relationships, in a sociology view, when I was born,
pensaron bien
they
que
thought
era
that
supuestamente
supposedly
hembra
I was
y
a
regresaba
female
mujer.
and said that I'm gonna be woman.
En las relaciones sociales,
And the relationship and the social relationships of class, I come from a privileged class,
por mi
and
trabajo en la universidad,
the day of today, I have a place fixed in a university in the work.
estoy en la
So for
clase
this,
privilegiada.
I'm in the privileged class position.
Y
And
en las relaciones sociales de
in the social relationships of race,
pues al nacer
I,
por la ciudadanía y
for the
raza
place
de
and
mis padres,
citizenship
soy
of
blanca,
my family, I'm white,
francesa,
from
país
France,
colonial,
from a colonial
vendedor de
country,
armas
third
mundial,
country seller
estrategia
of
militares,
weapons,
y
strategy of
blanca
war,
norte, privilegio
from white,
y
from north.
dominación.
Also, this is privilege of domination.
Ahora a nivel político,
Now, in this political way, I try,
como persona
as
blanca
a
a nivel mundial,
white
intento
person,
combatir
I try to fight racism,
homofobia,
the Islamophobia,
antisemitismo
the anti-Semitism,
y las relaciones coloniales.
and the colonial relationships.
A nivel de clase,
In the class level,
persona de clase
as
privilegiada,
a person of privileged class, I
contribuir
try
a la
to
lucha contra el
contribute
capitalismo
to the fight against capitalism in the neoliberal phase that we are looking at,
a las
and
relaciones
correlated to the
sociales,
social relationships of sex.
como feminista,
As a feminist
sobre todo como lesbiana,
and as a
en el
lesbian,
sentido que le dio,
in the sense
la francesa Monique Wittig
that
a la
Monique
palabra,
Wittig give the sense to this word.
lesbiana, y
As a
mi
lesbian,
modo
I
de
try,
ser lesbiana
or my way
es
to be lesbian,
intentar
it's to try
dejar de ser
to
mujer
give up,
y ya no
to
ser
try
mujer en
to
el
don't be a
sentido
woman
cambiar de
in the sense to change
mujer en el
gender,
sentido
no,
combatir directamente
to
y
change to
frontalmente
be
con los
woman, to fight confrontantly the oppression of sex with others.
y a nivel entonces ahora biográfico
So in the biographic
decir que
way, to say,
también arriba decir que he vivido en Chiapas
that I have lived in
antes del
Chiapas,
movimiento
Mexico,
zapatista,
before the
bueno,
Zapatist
después,
insurrection, and afterwards also.
he vivido en El Salvador,
I was living in
país de América
Salvador,
Central,
a little country in Central America after war, making a work of investigation with the women, with the ex-fighters women from the guerrillas and revolutionary women, mostly. This was in the 92 until the 94. When the Seco Zapatist revolt, I was living in Salvador. And also to say that I had the privilege to share house with the revolutionary comrade, a Kurdish woman from 91. I'm really attending of what's happening in different time frames over there. And also to say, to mention that it creates a lot my attention to be participating in the first gathering intercontinental against neoliberalism and for the humanity that the Zapatist movement called out in Chiapas in the 96. And for this, we made the committees. I was in the committee of Paris. For example, a pre-gathering in Europe in the 96 in Berlin. It was also here, health. We made on that time a network of women, of feminist women and lesbians in Berlin, in the city, get built up. It developed in Chapa and so on. But I wanted to say that because it brings and it creates my attention all what it changed from that time to be all again in Berlin with other women in another reality, in another political and economical reality, but to try to understand who we are and me, where I am and what I'm understanding from this point of view. So about this, all of this, I wanted to say why, because in the university, but before of everything, I'm a militant woman, but in the university, what is really interesting for me, it's like the epistemology. It's how we create and how science knowledge are developed, how it's also part of a political strategy. And also now I give lessons even about the science of the oppressed people. And for this is a big challenge for me to understand what we are doing here as genealogy, like feminism, as a feminist, as a lesbians, as revolutionaries, as all the different struggles that all of us were carrying until here. I wanted to say 3 important points. Who I think it's here gathering, analyzing and fighting. Why I think that it's important, the ones that are here sociologically wise, to develop, to produce which kind of struggle and knowledge. Everybody, it's fine? Is asking? First of all, to who I see here in the table, but also in front of the table, or the other way around. I want to say that it brings my attention to see in the same time a lot of young people, with a lot of enthusiasm, and people with more experience, with a lot of life, with many years of struggle behind them, with this unity, how we gather together, how we unify. And it brings my attention to see in terms of race and class, we are a lot of women here that are migrant friends, of descendants of migrant tools for migration rules, that this is different of the meeting that we did in the 96 when the Zapatistas called. And this is a meaning, this reflects a change, a really big change in the way. I think it's a really important change. And this, that now there's a majority of migrant women or descendants of migrants, racialized, maybe from Kurdistan, maybe from Abya Yala. This, I'm going to try to synthesize. This is also connected with my second point. Which type of women and what type of women are building the new knowledge and the new strategies? And I see that the women that I think are carrying the synergy, the strike of women, the genealogy, the strike of women of Ni Una Menos. I think that yesterday had been said more connected with maternity, but I think also that we are women, that we are central in the new logics of work in the neoliberal frame. I think that for this reason, we are topics that are correlated in the demands. And for this reason, it's the strength of these new proposals. If we are able to see the demands, the consignas, the slogans, the objective of struggle that now are popping up, so it's clear, Jinjian Asadi. I think it's really interesting to see first the dimension of the care of all these works that I will call more than care works, because I'm a little bit materialist, anti-naturalist, I will call them social reproduction work. The ones that were reorganized for the neoliberal logic and for develop these care works, for one side, to make privatization of the states. So that means also rely in the women in the countries and the migrants of the southern countries. This is really interesting and important. The question of life, it's connected with all the attacks, all the feminicides that we know. But also I wanted to say something else and something more about this violence against women. It has mentioned already, but I don't think it's just a unique misogyny violence. I think it's really important to understand that if the women, if we are in the central point of the violences, it's not just because we are poor ones. It's not because the men are bad or the states are mad or the Arabs are bad. I think it's because our work and our hands for work, it's central in economic frame and in a political frame, also out of our reflections. For this reason, I think there's a lot of violence against us, maybe from the wives, maybe from the husbands, from the armies, from the state, from the general frame of state. It's a violence to make little our strength for our proposals and to take more benefit of our work in the fields, in the fabrics, in the houses, in the prostitution areas, in the schools for our childs, in the reproduction and in the help from other human beings. This is also the message I wanted to share. And this is my last and third point. I'm going to mention a man. I'm sorry. I'm going to talk about Gramsci. Gramsci, I think it helps us to understand it's not about our essence as a woman, but it's a position, it's a central position in the system of production and organization of the work. As a woman, as a racial woman, as a migrant woman, as a popular class woman, as a working class woman, and a lot of cases for sure from the Abya Yala woman comrades as a worker feels. So this is all implemented in the reorganization of the work that makes that we can, and that this century that is coming, it's our responsibility to make a step in front, to be the force, contra-hegemonic force. So it's like, as Gramsci said, now the women's, but maybe not for the migrant women of the popular classes. It's our turn to create a vision of world that is united, that it's autonomous. So like Gramsci thought for the proletariat, but I think that now as a woman, it's our turn to. This vision of the world, this analysis, this political project, I think it's gas built, created in the conversation, in the gathering of the more radical side, in the radical and feminist woman. And from all these apportations and from all of these alliances are really important. Sur, you see here, all the global Surs are here represented, connected with genealogy. So my time is getting less. I'm going to finish. I want to say again, but not as a slogan, but also what is connecting this with our objectives, and also grabbing Jinji and Asai with the lives and with the depths we want to see us. I think this is our challenge. This is our objective. Thanks for your attention. Thanks for the translators.
Thank you so much for that, Jules. I think there was a lot of thought-provoking stuff there to be discussed further, about especially the point you made about violence against women being primarily motivated by a need to exploit women's bodies and work under capitalism. Sadly, we don't have time for a Q&A session. We started late, and we have the interpreters and translators need a little bit of a break because they're really tired from this morning's session. So first of all, let's give it up for the translators because they've been doing so much work. And as we close this session, let's remember once again the women from Yemen and the women from Sudan and the huge obstacles that they face in realizing their liberation. So just to say that if you've got questions that have come up from this session, there should be a chance in the organizing session later on today where you can raise some of the points that have come up in this session. So thank you very much, and please give it up for our panelists.
Hello? Hello. So we would make a 5-minute break so the panelists can come to the front and also for the translators to have a short break.
Come and sing Bread and Roses with me. As we go marching, marching in the beauty of the day, a million darkened kitchens, a thousand mill lofts gray, are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses. For the people hear us singing, bread and roses, bread and roses. As we go marching, marching, we battle to for men, for they are women's children, and we mother them again. Our life shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses. As we go marching, marching, unnumbered women dead go crying through our singing their ancient call for bread. Small art and love and beauty, their drudging spirits knew. Yes, it is bread we fight for, but we fight for roses too. As we go marching, marching, we bring the greater days. The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and idler tend that toil where one reposes, but a sharing of life's
My name is einfach 100 Filme, ich werde sie bei ihr zu Hause. Ich habe immer noch ein Anfang.
Ja, ich überlege gerade, weil ich keine Pause machen kann.
I can bring you one.
No, no, like 5
minutes. Yeah, yesterday they had only one. Have a Yektu. Friends, we will start now. Also jetzt hört man, ja. Hallo. Ach, hallo, hallo, hallo, hallo. Hallo, hallo. Ezanım dema tu gazi dikirti şekeri ya. He? Did you make him? Come to God's presence. يعني أقل مودراسيون أو تيم من هم. I mean, not this. So can the panelists come upstairs? همو panelists gerek inaha werin jor. I don't know if this friend Dennis, who's Dennis? Who's Dennis? She said it doesn't matter. The other friend said. So it's okay. It's doesn't matter. Panelist gerek werin jor haval Asya. Gerek naharun. ما concept ne goheran. So the panelists have to come upstairs to the stage. Unfortunately, I can't say it in Castellano. So Jaden. Ama bu ne kokusudur? Ha tamam. Sen değilsin. So I think Vilma is missing.
Vilma Almendra.
Hello. Vilma Almendra, is she here? Tamam. She's just free. This
has just three people. Okay? And she will also say, maybe, maybe. Asya. Downstairs. Her Rize'de. Okay. And Jade, I know she will be very disappointed. Yeah, especially her. But Vilma is she there now? Я хозяйство. Oh, yeah, Western. Vilma Almendra, is she here? She has to come to the stage. Vilma? Or is he anyone that could call her? Vilma Almendra. Vilma Almendra? So, comrades, we know it's a little bit exhausting because we started 1 hour late. This is why we have to hurry up. We don't want to hurry up, but we have to, unfortunately. So we will start with the next session, Building Free Life, moderated by Meredeta Argentier. She's an Italian journalist and also regisseur of documentary. So here is our session, Building Free Life.
Thank you. Hello? Can you hear me okay? Yes, it's working. So welcome to the first session. No. Yes, now it is. Hi. Welcome to the first session of this amazing conference. Please, all the comrades, be seated so we can start. We are running really late. So, you know, this first session, this fourth session is our vision, building our life, building a free life, sorry. So we heard from amazing speakers, different input. Now we are going to have concrete proposals and experiences on how to achieve this vision of a free life. So with no further delays, I want to introduce Denise Abukan from Teja, the Free Women's Movement from North Kurdistan, Turkey, and she is gonna talk on how to live, what to do, and where to start. Please welcome Denise Abukan.
Merhaba sevgili kadınlar.
Hello, dear woman. First of all, I would like to greet you in the name of Tevgere Azat in the name of the Free Women's Movement with love. Before starting my speech, I would like to commemorate Jina Mahsa Amini, who was murdered by the conservative Mullah regime. Mahsa, all the women who transferred her into a fire of freedom. And also the woman who is part of the Genealogy Academy, the leader of women's movement, Nagihan Akarsel. I would like to condemn the mentality who murdered her. Today, again, in this room, as women, together we say, you will not be able to bring the woman to your dark hell, or you will not bring your darkness into our light.
Üçüncü yolun kadın devriminin inşasını müjdeliyoruz. Şimdi kadının kurtuluşu birleşik kadın mücadelesinde arayan bizler için tek yol ortak mücadele olmaktadır. Yes.
In case it wasn't heard, she said now in Roshalat, we see that the only way for the third way, which is the women's revolution, is currently underway, and the only solution for that is common women's struggle and women's revolution. The women's liberation struggle is sought in the common struggle. Yeah, she just repeated what I said. All systems and social constructs see women's position. So life needs to be woven around women's life, but all these systems are imposing their own concepts on top of them. This is how they maintain themselves. The patriarchal social construction and the women's status it was built over a period of millennia. The fundamental role given to women is a good wife, a good mother, a cheap laborer. So this is how these are the definitions, the identities attributed to women. This is how these systems have created themselves. The family construct in society and the masculine power, women are the primary objects of that. The statist and power-based system, women are the lowest slave in that. So all forms of slavery are based on women's enslavement. In 4 parts of the world, militarist and sexist, nationalist masculinity is being created, and every day it attacks women's lives, and it's trying to impose itself on women's lives more and more. The nation states are based on the denial of women's liberation, and this is how they also collectively live their crisis. Without a doubt, the bill of these crises are given to women. They have to pay it. Violence, poverty, war and migration and ecological destruction, war, all of these are reasons for us to lead common struggle today. Our women's identity, that has to be our most intersectional aspect. Against this enslavement and rape culture of male domination, every day we are building our freedom time against it. As women, the collective identities that we have, our specificities, our differences, even although we have all these differences, because of our gender identity, there is a universality to our struggle. This is where we meet, and we need to increase this. Today, everywhere in the world, women, nature, economy, and democracy, there are all crises in all of these spheres. The existing crises, in order to exit from them as women, now in different parts of the world, we have come together here because we know that the solution is in our unification, that our liberation is with us, with each other. The capitalist modernity has for many years applied neoliberal policies everywhere in the world through racism and misogyny. This is how it institutionalizes itself. And today, this construction, against it, women are destruction, inequality, and all of these things. Women are feeling these things in a very deep way. Inequality and the denial of rights are affecting women more than men, these denials of right abuses. And they have reached
All of these, together with all these, the crisis affecting the societies, people, in this manner, the only survival of women is not liberating only one gender, but trying to change, transform all of the society. Women in the in the society, the politics for women has to center the mental change, the mentality change for the sake of whole society. In general, against all the oppression systems, struggle against all the oppression systems, we have to take women politics and women discourses into center. Otherwise, the woman will be excluded. Therefore, patriarchal system will always, even in the alternative movements, renew itself patriarchy. In this point, we have to answer how to live. The question how to live, it's important to answer. A free life or continuing a life of enslavement? This is a defining question. The essence of the problem is inside of the established system, the making the status of women better in this existing system or making the woman in the system. It's not the point. It's to create democratic, ecologic, based on women's value, a free system, establishment of such a system, and against the patriarchal male-dominated system is the essence of this problem. When we look at it in this essence, the basic problem is the male-dominated patriarchal system itself and its institutions and the state and the power, family, war, and violence, and all these paradigms based on this. In the name of the woman, the society is pushed towards genocide, destroying the moral structure of the society, destruction of the society. All the crises, in the middle of all the crises, in order to answer how to live and search for alternative. Kurdish women, as Kurdish women, our life philosophy is democratic, ecologic, and woman liberation paradigm. What to deny, in order to understand what to deny and where to start is very important to us. Today in this conference, our revolution is liberating our life, woman's first herself, and this situation that she finds herself inside of, denying of this situation, questioning the sources of inequality. It is very important to question this reality To fight against every way of knowledge is the first step of first steps of the freedom. We took our first steps, but we are also still in the beginning of the way for the freedom. The dominating system has put into the mindsets of women and men some codes, and we have to dismantle these codes in order to overcome sexism in society. What we know for femininity and masculinity are all based on the sexist codes, and in order we have to see how these roles are performed in the society. It's not destiny, but destiny, biological reality. All of these are actually results of this mentality. It's thousands years of ideological construction, creating domination and violence. Mythologies, religions, philosophies, scientific explanations, all these are justifying, legitimizing the enslavement of women and proving the rightness of the dominating powers. With big labors, freedom movement in politics, in local
Against the application, against the increase of this into all parts of the world and the deepening of social problems, we need to be the solution problem and also decision makers. Today, there are government-appointed trustees that close women's institutions. They imprison women. The co-chairpersonship principle that is applied, which was a gift to women's liberation movements everywhere. It's a gain of women everywhere. This co-chairpersonship principle is based on the idea of co-free life. It's one of its main principles. The system is afraid of co-chairing, which is applied in northern Kurdistan, Turkey. And the reason for that is because it gives room for women, society's transformation and change. And the state wants to prevent that. Women were not just parts of administration. With their own system, with their free and equal leadership style, they were working towards a transformation of society. With this mentality, they were operating. Despite all kinds of problems in the application, the co-chairpersonship principle was given as a reason to appoint these government appointed trustees in Turkey, in these municipalities. They banned this principle, and the co-presidents, co-chairs were put on trial. They were imprisoned, and women were charged with this. They were arrested because of this principle. And this shows that they are afraid of this principle because it represents the society's transformation and change. Because it was integrating women in all decision-making. So the women's labor, the amazing developments of women, the fact that they had reached such levels in administration and organizing, it was so related to life. We need to see it in this way, and we need to see that in all spheres of life. This is a style of leadership that we cannot abandon. It's an expression of collective willpower, and this is how we see it. These attacks also, as much as making gains, and it is important to protect and save these gains. This is a big point of common struggle. After the banning of co-chairpersons, the Istanbul Convention was banned, was withdrawn from. And again, these were attacks to stop this ability of society to transform society. All women's places were closed. Our language, our culture was criminalized. Thousands of our activists were imprisoned. This was all because they were building a free life. The free women's movement today in Turkey and in Kurdistan, while struggling, is the target of the nation state. and it's against all kinds of fascist, militarist, and sexist. So it's facing special war tactics that are based on the denial of this creation of free womanhood. Both as women and as Kurdish people, all of our specificities and with all of our differences, these things are our main rationale for struggle. As the movement, our struggle is being criminalized, and at the same time, the things we do with protests and movements and methods, people from our comrades from the wider Turkish women's movement in the opposition, they were also being criminalized. And we as Kurdish women, we were charged with being members of terrorist organizations. So there's an attack on solidarity and on our movement. As expressed in the women's liberation ideology principles, what our womanhood unites us, and our colors, our differences, they also matter. The ongoing war, without a doubt, just as in any other war, it mostly affects women. Kurdish women.
Since 50 years, Kurdish women against the dominant nation is going on. Therefore, in this space, a democratic Middle East and a democratic world, we gained a global character. Kurdish problem gained a global character, and all of the women should demand solution to Kurdish problem. And in order to bring peace to the Middle East, and the slogan of Xinjiang Azadi spreading to the world, and Kurdish woman slogan, our leader Öcalan is under the complete isolation. Against this isolation, we are demanding a life without enslavement and war. And it's very important for us women to make this voice heard. In Kurdistan and in the Middle East, a life without war, a life without colonialism will come with the hands, by the hands of women, with our hands, with the hands of the common woman struggle.
Sorry. Birleşik Kadın Mücadelesi'nin
A common woman struggle, its most basic roadmap is to stop men's war and to create a free life for people, for women. In all the world, poverty of societies, we are against it also, poverty and the relationship of poverty and gender. It means poverty is more and more feminized, and women are flexible, precarious labor in all around the world. And gender roles are imprisoning women inside of the domestic house, and invisible labor in domestic labor is a common problem of all of the world's women. The health of women, the basic needs of women, every need of women is deprived of them. And it's a form of violence, and it's a deep form of violence. In capitalism and in patriarchy, working, collaborating together, and the result of it, women cannot access to a communal life. In this matter, we need a transnational woman solidarity. Instead of cheap labor transfer between countries, migrant women being transferred, forced to migration in other countries, precarious labor in other countries. In every place in the world that we are, there is an economic crisis due to the war and the feminization of poverty, and we have to raise our struggle against this. The attacks against nature, women, and all the values of life, of capitalism, and our common struggle is inevitable against this capitalism. From this perspective, all around the world, a collective struggle will bring us to freedom. All of our colors, differences, our identity of woman as woman will further our gainings as women and bring a new and radical transformation and liberate and build co-free life is in the hands of women. Freedom, equality, democracy, and the women who want all these, their heart are here today. And with this enthusiasm and with this belief, I salute all of you once again. We don't have any other time. The time is the time of freedom of women. Women will win, we will win. Xinjiang Azadi.
Women will win, but we need
Kadınlar
to...
kazanacak ama tabii ki örgütlenme.
The floor to Jade Daniels from Raw Life Urban Self-Defense System Black Women's Movement from the United States. Jade, the floor is yours.
I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. I believe that we will win. We believe that we will win. We believe that we will win. We believe that we will win. Hello. Hello, hello. Is it on? Can you hear me? Okay. My name is Jade Daniels, and I am coming to you from Los Angeles, California, born and raised inside of the empire that is the United States. And I am so honored to be in space with you all. What a pleasure and an honor to be asked to return and be in community with such a powerful group of women. I first want to take a second and really give love to these revolutionary women I have the honor of sharing this space with. Please, can we just give it up to all of our presenters and to yourselves? From Afghanistan to India, from Kurdistan to Long Beach, we will have liberation, we will have freedom. Again, my name is Jade. I am a movement artist, a dancer, a writer. I am an organizer. I am a daughter. I am a sister. I am a lover. I am many things, but most importantly, I am an extension, a direct reflection of my ancestors. I want to take the time to honor the dead who are here on these walls. Thank you, translation. I want to apologize for how fast I speak. I want to take the time to honor the dead who are on these walls, all of those who we have lost in struggle. I want to honor my dead who I bring with me here, and I want to honor the spirits of this land that we are in. This is not Berlin, this is not Europe, this is native land, and it is a part of all of our spiritual homes. Let's do a little check. Yesterday we chanted, Viva la Bruja indeed. I want to name and honor divine feminine spirit that has awakened and is awakening in all of us as we connect to our Mother Earth and to one another, as we silence the noise and listen. And we hear she's pissed. We let the fires of our collective rage spread like wildfire over this earth, scorching away the sickness of patriarchal colonialism, the buying and selling of our lands, the killing of spirit and connection. The old patriarchal capitalist gods will wither and die away. Sorry, y'all, we gonna get it together. Ashe. Our story, I'll skip this. Here today, I may be the only presenter that is from the United States, but I do not represent the United States. I do not represent the invading death cult of empire, but I represent the Black women and femmes of this place. The millions of displaced and colonized peoples living and resisting inside empire. I come to you as a sister, as a relative of humanity and of earth. It seems like decades has passed since our first conference in 2018. In the time since I have seen many of you, so much has transpired. The unceasing capitalist greed and patriarchal violent depravity of the United States and Western hegemonies knows no bounds and continue to seek to conquer the world, destroying any and everything that attempts to get in its way. It is dark times indeed. With Trump out of office, the neoliberal necropolitic of the imperial United States has preserved and proliferated with a chaotic intensity. The state gorges itself on the abundant opportunities that await from the multiple crises it has created, making much collateral damage along the way. The neoliberal, neocolonial nightmare of the United States continues to be even more so unbearable, crunching the remaining life out of the world and its citizens and labor force as it absorbs and sprouts a dozen heads where one was perhaps able to be cut off. The United States still controls about 750 bases in at least 80 countries worldwide and spends more on its military and prisons than the next 10 countries combined. The rights of women, gender-expansive people, such as trans women and men, non-binary people, the elderly, and our youth are being attacked in full. We recently witnessed the rollback and increased attacks of abortion and reproductive rights in the US, which was years in the making. The white male Christian-ocracy of the US has no mercy for those who seek freedom from the illegitimate chokeholds on this country and world. We are all no stranger to the familiar and constant sounds of the war drum of empire. And oh, are the war drums beating louder and louder. The threat of nuclear war looms and threatens all existence as they play their political games in the proxy wars in Ukraine and Russia, as they continue to intervene and occupy Haiti, Rwanda, Ethiopia, throughout Africa and across various countries, colonies, and territories worldwide. We witnessed the United States' disgraceful occupation and swift departure from Afghanistan and the Middle East region, leaving their puppets abundantly supplied with tanks, bombs, guns, and empowerment to terrorize the people in the forms of ISIS and the Taliban and other extremist groups. We witnessed the continued co-signing and fascist partnership with the genocidal Zionist of Israel and the immediate silencing and collective excommunication of anyone who speaks out against it. Millions upon millions are still trapped and tortured in the thousands upon thousands of prisons in the US, both private and public. Hundreds of thousands are stuck in detention camps and cages surrounding the borders of this country. As the US bombs, drones, and occupies its forces on the citizens of the world, they also continue to wage war on those of us inside the belly of this great beast, those that dare to resist against them. And make no mistake, we are at war, and we have been for so long inside of the US. So many of us inside of Empire are gunned down by their police forces, surveilled and kidnapped by their officers and agents. We are raped and murdered in public by their solitary white men, vigilantes, and domestic terrorists. We remain on edge, knowing the bill always comes due. We are waiting for the other shoe to drop on us, for the wars we remain complicit in to finally meet us at home. Our children are gunned down in their schools, elders, and places of worship. An item falling down in a grocery store or a balloon popping in a park or movie theater sends us into a panic, never knowing which of the billions of American bullets will have our name on them, ending our life at the barrel of another gun. As you walk the streets of one of the richest capital cities of the world, my city of Los Angeles, California, you will encounter the crumbling streets full of piss, shit, vomits, and blood, the naked, blistered bodies of our people and women walking the streets in tent cities aimlessly among the decadent, towering spoils of empire. The United States dares to play moral authority or posit itself as a beacon of democracy as they wage war on the world and attempt to occupy and dominate all expressions of autonomous life and spirit. I'm going to do a quick quote from Black Agenda Report. The US has entered a dark period. Economic crisis racks its capitalist systems. Military instability and chaos reign supreme over its imperialist ventures. Political illegitimacy worsens by the year. Get a little bit more comfortable. At times by the month. These conditions sound favorable to the growth of revolutionary possibilities within the citadel of imperialism. But such is not the case at the moment. Discipline and organization are at perhaps their weakest point in generations. Young people are moving toward socialist politics. However, a similar number of people have embraced the politics of US-led new Cold War against Russia and China, which seek to destroy any alternative to imperialism. Little clarity has been developed on the question of what socialism would look like in the United States, an obvious indication that a century of Red Scare politics has made a divisive impact on the political direction of the so-called left. I don't want to run out of time, so I'm going to skip a few things here. The false borders of the Western world continue to... I'm going to give a second. The false borders of the Western world continue to control the natural and progressive movement of people, as well as all but forced migrations of millions of refugees, migrants, and laborers of the world. My organization, The Black LGBTQ Migrant Project, or BLMP, is a 5-year organization that centers and caters to the invisible populations of those living at the intersections of being Black, being queer, and being a migrant in this world. We build power, community, and knowledge in the US while challenging the role that the United States plays globally in creating the conditions that forced us to leave our homes in the first place. We envision a world without borders, rendering the word immigrant obsolete. I must also take the time here to make the call for solidarity with the African people of this world. It is not remiss that I am one of not many Black faces in this room. The African people, the Black women of this world need your solidarity. We need your connection and inclusion. Blackness is among all of us in all of our countries and territories. How are the Black people treated and honored in your country, in your families? We must interrogate and dismantle the deep anti-Blackness and misogynoir which permeates every level of our cultures and society. Our liberation is bound up with one another. Let us rise up, resist for our humanity, our dignity, and our earth. We saw the United States and much of the Western world ignite into flames with the revolutionary momentum of 2020. I was there among the millions in the streets of Los Angeles. The flames of prisons and courts warmed us as we took the streets and for a second became ungovernable. My work to support the victims and families of police violence is centered on the women, the mamas, the aunties who fight after the double death, as we call it, the death of the body and then the death of the character of our people. I can show a video. I have a quick video to show. And this is a video of an old campaign in Los Angeles where we successfully got the DA out of office, which was led and informed by Black women.
My name is Helen Jones, and I'm the mother of John Horton, and we need your help to vote out Jackie Lacey. Vote out Jackie Lacey.
I will shoot you. I will shoot you. Jackie Lacey! Jackie Lacey! Jackie Lacey! Jackie Lacey! It's the people! It's the people! We own the power! These motherfuckers back here!
My son was only 14 years old when killer cop, LAPD, they've been using rubber bullets and tear gas used in Palestine.
Jackie Lacey's husband opened the door and pulled out a gun.
He was the best part of me. This fucking pig killed Omar Gonzalez like 12 days before they killed Jesse Romero.
Blood on leaves and blood at the root.
Okay, and then I have one more to show. I know I'm running out of time. Yes, please. All right. So I've got to wrap up. I don't want to go too much over time, but I do want to show this video. This is Raw Life Urban Self-Defense. It's a Black self-defense MMA that was created in the Bronx, New York. And this is just a clip of some of the trainings that we've been doing in Long Beach, California. Play. That's me.
I'm a big girl with bigger dreams, bitch, nigga, making big moves. Get out my way, watch my figure, I'm a world breaker. Fuck the rules, it's for the taking, never mind my patience, cause I ain't got no patience. No, I don't have no time for fools or buffoonery. I'm trying to eat every piece off the bone, no cutlery. You niggas asking for the crumbs, I'm knowing where the bread at. I'm never underfed, my belly's full and my pussy's fat, that's a fact. I used to bite the heads off my Barbies. I'm swallowing power to take and devour. I'm a saver, every flavor fucks.
So I'm gonna continue speaking, it's almost over.
I'm fucking hangry and the feeling wrong.
As Audrey
As Verdewan became
As Audrey Lorde said, the master's tools will never. Hey, no justice. Hey, no justice, no peace. Hey. All right, let me finish up, y'all. In these dark times, there are many opportunities. A time to slow down, a time to recalibrate. We are standing on the precipice of a new season, a new chapter of liberatory struggle, and it is being led by women. And when I say women, I mean all women, our trans sisters certainly included. All around the world. Yes, give it up. All around the world, we are seeing women rise up. The system of patriarchy, as this world has known, is crumbling. We know the stone foundations of these systems are not impenetrable, but are cracking and crumbling under the pressure of our resistance. I'd like to close together in Asada. I did this in 2018. It's a bit of a ritual for Black organizers in the States. And so I'm gonna just say words and you repeat, and we start at a whisper, and then we get a little louder, and then we scream, okay? It is our duty to fight for freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and protect one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. It is our duty to fight for freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and support one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. It is our duty to fight for freedom. It is our duty to win. We must love and protect one another. We have nothing to lose but our chains. Ashe, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. No. Yes, it is on. Okay, now it's on. All right. Thank you so much, Jade, for this empowering speech. As we heard before from Denise Aboukan, how the co-system is criminalized. The system is afraid of the co-chair system. So now we are going to hear from Asia Abdullah, the co-chair of the co-president. Okay, no need of.
Jin, Jian, Azadi.
Jin, Jian, Azadi, Women, Life, Freedom. First of all, I send our greetings and love and welcome you all. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. All of our martyrs from the women's Siegen struggle, we commemorate those the martyrs are immortal. Shahid Namarin. Those who have given a huge effort for women's freedom struggle and for all humanity. Those who today stand against isolation, we salute Rebra Apo, Abdullah Öcalan. Truly, this conference, our second conference, is a historic step we have taken on this day. In particular, as the women's movement and organizations, today we can see that the need is even greater. That women's resistance and women's struggle, we lift up together in a collective manner. The achievements of all the organization and women's movements, those that give us power, those that empower our struggles, those that empower our revolution. And this is why there is danger, this is why there are threats and attack. Those that the global capitalist system, with the force of fascism, puts upon our achievements today, with the cooperation of all the different oppressive forces. In our era today, this attack has reached the highest level against women's freedom struggle, against the struggle for the freedom of the peoples, against the rights, the very identity of the peoples. The attacks have reached a new level. These 2 days, in our conference, we can look at these topics and analyze them. But unfortunately, this is something that's happening today all over the world. All types of forbidden weapons are being used today in Kurdistan against our comrades, against the defense forces of the Kurdish people. the forces that defend our values, the forces that defend our dignity. Forbidden weapons are being used against the Kurdish guerrillas, being used against women revolutionaries, and they are dying from this. Today, on Kurdish land, on it, the very ecology of Kurdistan, the mountains of Kurdistan, in the eyes of all humanity for 24 hours a day, the most advanced technology and forbidden weapons is being used. And so, as a women's struggle, we have a great responsibility. We need to raise our collective struggle against all chemical weapons, against all forms of attack, against every form of genocide brought against our people. We must build our alliances, our struggle at every level, at the regional, at the global, higher and higher, stronger and stronger, and intensify. Truly, with the Rojava Revolution, all women have followed all the effort made there, those who stood up on their feet and advanced a historic resistance, a resistance for all humanity. A resistance with the YPG, People's Defense Forces, and YPJ, Women's Defense Forces, in the lead. And so all the achievements of Rojava and North and East Syria have been for all humanity. These brutal and inhuman attacks are therefore brought against them, the dark days of ISIS. Unfortunately, today, we see that at the global level, also at the local, regional level, those very people who saved humanity from ISIS now face the fascism of the Turkish state. We see in the character, in the figure of our comrade Jian, who fell martyr under the bombs of the Turkish state. She was the commander and the leader of the women's army. Comrade Zehra. And all the mothers who are targeted today by the bombs and planes of the Turkish state. They attack our achievements. They attack what we have made. They attack our villages. They attack our cities and towns. On our territories that we have liberated, there is an attack. There are attacks of the fascist occupying Turkish state. 84 planes flew over dropping bombs on Afrin. And today we are here, we analyze and we discuss the situation of women. And yet hundreds of women fall at the hands of the Turkish state and of the occupying jihadist gangs. Women who advance, women struggle, women who advance the resistance face feminicide at the hands of the occupying Turkish state. From 2018 until today, in the occupied territories of Afrin, hundreds of women have been killed, have been kidnapped, have been disappeared. Those that resist the gangs are arrested. And so today we have a duty upon our shoulders as all movements, as all women's organizations that have been built up with the force of resistance and the power of women, the power of the women of North and East Syria, because now there is an attack upon this region, upon Rojava. It's an attack on the women's revolution. It's an attack on the people's revolution. It's an attack upon women's will. It's an attack upon women's existence and identity. And so we see it as deeply necessary that in front of these policies of genocide, those advanced by the Turkish state today in Kurdistan, these inhumane bombings, those illegal attacks, these war crimes, but nonetheless we can follow 24 hours a day. There are warplanes above the skies of Kurdistan. In opposition to these attacks, we must have a collective effort to defend women's revolution. We must defend those who defeated ISIS, those who have made a huge impact on the whole world, taken their place in this moment of history, in this century. We must join our collective struggle to defend the women's revolution of Kurdistan. Biji Barkhadana YPG. Viva the YPG resistance. Long live YPG resistance. Long live the guerrilla resistance. And so we're in an historic moment. This women's revolution that we have lived in Rojava, we have made huge achievements with all the effort, all the resistance, and all the sacrifices of our martyrs, those thousands of people who've taken their place in all areas of life in this resistance. Hundreds of thousands of mothers, those who every time with a great hope and a great belief stand at the front of this revolution. The thousands of mothers and women, those who have given their sons and daughters for all of the people, those who have defended the peoples, who have made themselves injured, given parts of themselves. And this is why we take such time to honor our martyrs. There's an example, the mothers of Afrin. One of the women from the mothers of Afrin, who, against the attacks of the occupying Turkish state and the massacres taking place there, gave the resistance of 58 days. They said, we can live without our children, but without our land, our earth, we cannot live. This is an example of huge self-sacrifice that women and mothers have given to our revolution. And so today, in the revolution of Rojava, this revolution has been brought with women's power. Our resistance is ongoing. And this is why we've made such achievements in building our system, in raising up our resistance. And we see our force and power in what we have achieved. Today, it's a model of organization and how, with the leadership of the women's revolution, what we've developed. We have now reached such a level that in full we can say that all women, Kurdish, Arabic, Syrian, Chechen, Turkmen, Armenian, we can say that all these women together are struggling. We organize ourselves together. We resist together. We've built our system up together. We have built up the system of autonomous governance in North and East Syria together, and we continue it on. And so we can say that the model of women's organization that today is in North and East Syria, Rojava, Kurdistan, shows the example of what women's organization can do. And we have our social agreements. We have the women's law that we have written. Together, we have made women's self-defense much stronger. We have written our own future with our own hands. We have made our self-defense ourselves. We have made these achievements for our system with our own two hands. And so, in the women's revolution of Rojava, of North and East Syria, we can say that the women's law has made a particular impact on the people there. The system of co-chair against the male-dominant and patriarchal system has made a huge impact as it has been advanced in our society. The co-chair system has been built up with women's force and become an example, an incredibly important experience at the level of Syria, at the level of the Middle East and globally. We can name this as a real achievement. And so we organize ourselves in a collective manner, in the name of women from North and East Syria, in the name of Congress Star. With the systems of councils and communes that we have built up, we can bring everyone together. And so we can advance our system of collective and communal organizing. So with the hope, with this force, we continue our struggle against every mentality of oppression. This mentality, this consciousness that today is set against women's identity, set against women's power, against women's achievements. Many women so far have given their lives on this front line, from Arine to Avesta, Suzanne, Jian, the dozens of our mothers who we have lost, who have sacrificed themselves. As the women's movement, the movement which is led by Congress Star, those who began our revolution, as autonomous women's organizing, those who own a huge force, a huge experience, a huge power, who have put it together into organization. And so, with this force of strength, with this belief, we will continue our struggle. But we can say, our revolution, it's a women's revolution. Our force is great, our belief is strong. We've taken control of our own power. We have taken ownership of our own politics. We are taking steps to build up a democratic Syria for all the peoples of Syria, so that we can better build alliances and connections with all women's organizations, so that we can work together. On the practical side, we can protect and defend each other. We can come together and work together. We can reflect on what we've achieved so far. We can shoulder the duty that we have been given to carry for the future. We can discuss and reflect on our experiences. Today we can say that the women's revolution of Rojava Kurdistan is a revolution of all women. And in the figures of our international shaheeds, Shaheed Ivana, the first international woman shaheed to fall in Rojava, fighting against ISIS. She defended women, she defended her society. On the 7th of March, Comrade Ivana, under the name of Avashin in the movement, fell martyr. We commemorate her as the first internationalist woman shaheed of the women's revolution of Rojava.
جاردي دي شخصي
once again, in the figure of Jina Amini. Victory to the guerrilla resistance. In the figure of Jina Amini, we commemorate all the martyrs of the Middle Eastern Revolution. In particular, we salute those women who stand up now in Iran, and under the slogan Xinjiang Azadi, we send special greetings and special salutes to them today. To all women who today come out in the streets, stand on their feet in the squares, for a free life, for women's freedom, for a future. Women who are resisting today, those who give solidarity to the women's revolution of Rojava. We salute every single one of these women. In particular, those who in Afghanistan stand up against the most brutal backwards mentality. We send our greetings. For this conference, we present our suggestions. In particular, for the occupied regions of north and east Syria, for all Syria, every area where today the Turkish state is occupying with its gangs, among them at the moment Al-Qaeda. They are developing fascism everywhere they go. And women first and foremost suffer the tortures. Hundreds of women are in the prisons. Women risk massacres in these regions. We want a special commission to investigate the situation in these regions as a result of the conference. We could write a request. Until now, no commission has visited these regions. They cannot pass to these regions, not press, not a human rights delegation. With the force and power of this conference, we want to create a commission that can pass to these regions and research on the situation for women and people there. Once again, for the chemical weapons and illegal weapons being used today in Kurdistan, every day, making a huge impact on the life of the guerrilla. Those who have, many who have died as a result of these weapons. In the name of the conference, we could send a letter to all international institutions to make a particular research that focuses on this issue. We see this absolutely essential. All of the reflections, analyses, perspectives that have emerged from this conference. As the women of North and East Syria, it gives us a huge strength. It's a light in the darkness. It gives power to our struggle. It gives power to the struggle for the freedom of women, to the struggle for all society. This is how we will bring about peace. This is how we will bring about stability. This is how we will find a free life, a life lived in dignity, that all the different peoples can live together on their own earth with their own identities. In particular, we say for the Middle East and for the Kurdish people, with dignity, as ourselves in our own identity, as women, as our peoples, we can live free. And for this, we will always struggle. And so for this, and there are slogans of how to live free, how we can live together as women, the duty that we have upon our shoulders. We will take this duty upon our shoulders. We will never step away from the way of struggle until we reach freedom for all women. Of course, there will be dangers to cross. As the woman said, we can live without children, we cannot live without our land. We say, as a people, we cannot live without freedom. We'll either live in freedom or not. And so we say, wish you the victory.
Jian, Azadi, Jin, Jian, Azadi, Jin, Jian, Azadi, Jin, Jian, Azadi. All right.
Thank you very much. So all these achievements need to be protected. And we say in this last part of this session, no to war, yes to self-defense. What is self-defense? And for this, we have a video contribution from Heza Shengal that could not be here, but she sent a video that we are gonna screen now. Yes.
Serida konferansa jini navnetawi hamu başdarvani konferansi slav dikim waka jinin izidi matxwast em jî li derê amade bin hema hûn jî dizanin piskirêk derket.
As you also know, we wanted to join the conference, but problems emerged and we couldn't make it. We are living in a very difficult situation. There is also a lot of resistance, a great struggle. The vanguard of the society, of the belief and hope that we have as women, like Zarifa, like Daizero, like Khatuna Farah, until today, this society, on its own belief, following its own traditions, since the time of the Mother Goddess, we've faced massacres. There have been those who have wanted to destroy our society, our people, have wanted to destroy our belief. And until today, we have continued on. The women of our society have stood up, continuing until today. We continue our own faith and protect our people. After the attacks of 2014, Different forces converged on the Yazidi people. They wanted the Yazidi people to surrender. The state of Iraq and this society was brought face to face with the force of many states. Our Yazidi society was spread and scattered in this time by states in different camps. Thousands of people were killed. Thousands of people were injured. Thousands of people were captured by the hands of ISIS gangsters. Thousands suffered torture. Thousands were raped at the hands of ISIS as mothers, sisters, children. In the ISIS state, but in particular in Raqqa, huge inhumanities were inflicted on the Yazidi people. Huge crimes against humanity were inflicted on Yazidi women. Yazidi women were bought and sold, they were raped, they were sent back to the market. Children too. Were ripped from their mother's arms, which is a huge pain. That a child can leave the Daesh killed children and gave to their mothers to eat. And in this time, there was a huge resistance, the resistance in Shengal. Society was brought face to face with a betrayal. Yeja Star, the guerrilla forces, and YPG were those who liberated the people, who defended society. And once again, on our blessed land, there was resistance. When Yeja Star and YPG forces and the young women of the forces and the mothers of the Yazidi, the mothers and the women of the Yazidi saw hope and belief once again, and grew once again from their roots and blossomed once again. The girls and women of the Yazidi found their own power, took ownership of their own struggle, and took defense into their own hands, a defense of their society. Everywhere in Shengal, girls and women of the Yazidi organized themselves, stood together, and between each other built a huge struggle. With the vanguard and the leadership of the martyr Berivan of Shengal, of Shahid Arin, the martyr Arin, and Lava, the Yazidi society came together. And once again, they defended their society and their people. With the resistance of these comrades, our society was brought together once again to defend themselves, to defend ourselves, to stand on our land, to defend our beliefs and our religion, to start it once again anew with resistance. We built up our own organizations, institutions, autonomous organizing. Not only self-defense in the weaponized sense, we organized ourselves in every area of life, built ourselves up to resist, to make a struggle, in order to take revenge for all those women and girls of the Yazidi, for those who suffered at the hands of Daesh. And the hope of this revenge was the greatest force, so that those women, those sisters who are still with Daesh could be liberated. And so YJ Star took their place amongst the Yazidi. And in the front line, a huge effort and sacrifice was given. And it was not only within Shengal itself. Resistance was also, many Yazidi women went from Shengal to Raqqa. Young women, women of the Yazidi, those to liberate those who swore revenge for those who were taken, those who, for their society, gave all the effort and work. Those who've taken the responsibility to work for their people onto their shoulders, to continue this struggle. This is the responsibility of YJ Star, to defend our region, to defend our society and our people. This is our duty, this is our responsibility, and this is our right. This is our right of self-defense. Until the very end, we will continue. Yes. Maybe there's no ISIS anymore in a geography, but still there is occupation in our land and our people. We see it in Iraq, in the circling drones of the Turkish state. Our leadership and our organization, the leaders of our organization are often detained, and so we are still under attack. There is an attack on this society. And so we too have given our promise to this people. We give our promise to all women. No matter what happens, women will never again, as we did in 2014, be sold in the market, face torture. Until the end, YJ will defend women, will defend our people. This is something, a truly important belief and stance, something for all women. We've become a hope for women. We've become an inspiration for women, for women's freedom. We will create a greater and greater struggle. Give hope to all women everywhere. We will achieve victory as all women together. To finish, I want to say to all women, those who have brought these attacks, be it ISIS or the allies of ISIS, we want them held to account. And once again, we wish victory to everyone, all the participants in the conference, and send our greetings.
So we are running very, very late, but please welcome the last speaker of this session, who is Vilma Rocio Almedra Quiguanas from the indigenous Naza and Mizak people, Pueblos en Camino organization in Colombia. Please, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias por
Thank
la
you so much for your passion and your time. I know you are tired. Thanks for waiting. Really, I never like to read what I wrote because it builds to me some change, but this time the Kurdish friends, they asked me for my 3 written pages because I also speak really fast. So I'm gonna stick in this and to respect the comrades that are translating. Thank you.
ser siendo mujeres para liberarnos.
Being women to make us free for life. In memory of Cacica Gaitana, Bartolina Sisam, Gregoria Apazam, Micaela Bastidas, Ana Caonam, Mama Manuela, Mama Dominga, Casilda Kundumi, and many others more that were alive here today. My ancestors fought to death using all forms of self-defense, from armed and negotiated, to prevent the invasion of our territories. However, the form patriarchal and colonial of the structures were installed using all the force, the religious, the military, and the legal force to decimate us. They stole our land and take back our millenary spirit. They use us as free labor in a free way in the haciendas. They prohibited our cultures and subjected us to their rules to dominate us. It has been centuries of pain and rage, but here we continue to fight against patriarchy, colonialism, capitalism, the state, and racism. From there I name myself. From there I name yourself. From there I name the name of all of you. I don't represent any organization, unless institutions, unless foundations or NGOs. I speak as a woman, as a daughter of the Nasa and Misak people. People, Nasa and Misak, born in the mother of the forests, our Cauca, in a territory that they call it Colombia. From there, I want to name some collective actions of my people, Nasa, and some reflections from Pueblos en Camino, necessary to defend life. We were banished. The most visible form of self-defense was to get the land back. Returning to the memory and the struggle of our ancestors, the people freed themselves of the haciendas, which had been built on the disposition, displacement, and the repression of the people. The most visible weapons to recover the land were the shovel, the pick, the hook, and the machete. The old ones told us that they arrived down in the morning with these tools to turn over the earth and to plant food, as I have in my hands now.
Adelante, casi siempre iban ellas.
In front, they were always going ahead. Women like that we show today, with children, on their backs, together with the men. They were going to take back the land. The state response has always been violent, but the organized community linked to other struggles, they defend themselves together. The Cabildo, a colonial instance, was appropriated and turned into an organizatorial instance for self-government. We were colonized. The most visible form of self-defense was to get our own conscience back, beyond the church and the school, through autonomous spaces of discussion and collective decision-making. We recovered the Minga, millenary practice of the peoples, where the collectively participates to achieve a common benefit without owners. Minga consolidates assemblies, demonstrations, marches, strikes, congresses, and educational projects. In addition, at that time, demanding the inclusion of indigenous teachers in the schools, rather than settlers, than colonizers who came to civilize us, was already an important form of self-defense to preserve and care our own diversity cultures. The assembly has perhaps been the most vital form of self-defense that we have been in our territories, because it allows us to inform, to reflect, decide, and act in understanding what is attacking us and how we should defend ourselves. The Assembly has always been recognized as the highest authority, because the collective decisions is what is the collective decision that should give us in our representation. We were get spectacularized, faced with the propaganda that also it's co-opting our organization. The most visible form of self-defense was to reorganize contradictions, to recognize them. With the support of our people, with the support of the people not indigenous, we were able to strengthen critical and self-critical consciousness in the spaces of discussion and decision-making, spaces in which we analyze the local and global context, the internal and external contradictions, and the need to act, the NASA thought that says words without actions are empty. Action without words is blind. Words and actions outside of the spirit of the community are death. Wow. This way of walking in the territory, it's a common path accompanied by communication strategy, facilitated the analysis and our discussions in the communities to make nutrition in our collective and coherent decisions. So criticism and self-criticism was an important practice to transform what was not right in our organizations through the assemblies. They militarized us. The most visible form of self-defense against the armed actors was to choose life and to retake the indigenous guard, the Kiwatengus, the guards of territories. A lot of strength. Faced with the horror and death that came back to our territories with the paramilitarism, the community took back the permanent care of the territory. Childs, youth, the old ones, all genders stood up with their authority sticks to guarantee tranquility. We managed to recover hostages from all armed actors. We managed to avoid the death of many people. We supported communities in emergency humanitarian situation inside and outside the territory. From our Cauca, without weapons, we disarmed the armed groups. We marched for life. We looked for common agendas between peoples, and we opened spaces of analysis, discussions, and collective decision in all territories. For example, between the 2000 and 2008, the consultation against FTA, when we say no to the treaty of free commerce between Colombia and USA. and the cumbre itinerant of the peoples, the visiting for the cumbre that we want, in the way that we gather each other, in the way we want, and the means of social and community resistance. They bureaucratized us. The most visible form of self-defense against the laws has been to recover the streets to march. Historically, the movement indigenous of Cauca has been known for the great capacity of calling out and massive march against governments. This has allowed them to overthrow laws, decrees, treaties. So that was for us the way to defend ourselves against what goes against the life of people. Unfortunately, rebellion also faced repression. After each march comes aggression and the repression. Then the negotiation table is installed, which delays the time and captures the spirit of revolution. So the majority of our representatives, we became in castas, well-formed, privileged, and bureaucrats that avoid criticism and self-criticism. They become us an experts in propaganda to negotiate with the government, to make negotiations with the businessmen, but we are incapable of joining and waiving ourselves beyond the situations with people that are equal to us. In resume, our people have used many forms of self-defense, depending on the context. Many forms that go beyond these use, because we also had used weapons. Currently, the most visible instrument of self-defense is the stick of authority to take care of the territory and to manage the territory. But also, even if minimized, minimized the organic diversification of cultures that resist transgenic monocultures. Spaces of autonomous training and education that resist institutional inclusion. The knowledge of the plants that resist the commercialization of health. And perhaps the one of the strong ones, and at least the less visible, is the spiritual force of the Mother Earth that seeks to liberate herself from us.
Cha, cha, cha, cha. Fuerza, fuerza. Nuestra lucha está mal
Our
herida.
struggle is badly wounded. In addition to the bureaucratization of the most visible struggles, they are also capturing and co-opting the more territorial struggles that sustain the indigenous movement. For example, the genuine struggle of women is mediated by the institutions that finance them and by machismo. The daily struggle of the indigenous world is threatened by all the armed actors that undertake the production and drug trafficking routes. The rebellion of the youth is being co-opted by the narco-paramilitary mafias. The struggle of the farmers is surrounded by the laws that protect transgenics. And in this context, in which all forms of community self-defense are being attacked, it's more difficult, but it also becomes more urgent self-organization, the self-care, and the self-management. Painfully, the war was perpetuated in the name of peace, and we are facing the mafias of a narco-paramilitary state that controls almost everything. Today we live one of the worst moments. We still mourn and cry for Cristina Bautista, Sandra Liliana Peña, Beatriz Cano, Argenis Yatacue, along with more than 1,000 other social leaders that were assassinated after the peace agreement. They're present now and forever. While they are killing those who oppose the commercialization of land, the water, lives, they continue bureaucratizing us, including and assimilating us to legitimize the biggest victimary, the state. What challenges us? With or without government,
lo que nos desafía.
what challenges us? With or without the government of the people, in the territories we continue to be massacred, and extractivism continues to advance. In the Mapuche territory, militarization and imprisonment gives no truce. In Zapatista territory, paramilitarism advances, encircling the autonomy. In what is called Nicaragua and Venezuela, they continue to violate the freedom of expression and criminalizing it. And I cannot say more because I will not end. The oppressive state, as a male rapist, saying what the comrades from the Walmapu are saying, this state will continue to illusionize us, to conquer us, to deceiving us, to violating us, to killing us, to steal from us. As long as we continue to believe that it's the only way to exist. As Berta Cáceres said, let's wake up humanity, it's too late. We have to search in the millenary memory to find foundations and individual and collective practices that gives guarantees towards a full life. We have to recognize here and now the emancipatory horizons and the self-managing practices, self-organized practices, and of self-care to live with dignity. Sometimes it's easy for us to denounce the patriarchy while we stand in the state. And from this capital house, we end up administrating the dispossession of our peoples and our land. Sometimes it's easier for us to denounce the state, but we subjugate women and land. Sometimes it's easier for us to denounce patriarchy and the state, but we exercise power in the assembly, in the strike, in the bed, in the house, in the street. Every form of self-defense is needed and urgent here and now, individually and collectively, everywhere and in all spheres. Denouncing the powers that oppress us is as necessary as seeing ourselves in a mirror and in the eyes of our fellow women and comrades in order to recognize when we also, in the name of power, we are, in the name of freedom, we are exercising the power that we denounce. To disable the macho, the authoritarian, the caudillo that it's part of us, it's also part of the everyday struggle.
Lo que necesitamos.
What we need. I will end with this paragraph. What we need. To fight, we need to recognize all the powers of domination that also they are living in us. To defend ourselves, we need to recognize that we are being violated. To free ourselves, we need to recognize the chains that they are buying for us, that they capture us, that they deceive us. On that path, all form of self-defense to gestate life, the organization and care, they are vital, given the war against Mother Earth and her peoples. The veins of the earth and her children, they continue to bleed, and they will continue to do so until we can manage to consolidate forms of self-defense that they can guarantee a different relationship, like a different relation with the life itself. We have to recognize the project of death, the common enemy, and the dominant structure. The model of dispossession of the patriarchy, of the colonialism, of the capitalism, and of the racism, that it's conquering us, the state, the violent state legislation that dominates us, and the strategy of dispossession and the war of this strategy. Beyond begging from housing, health, education, we have to demand the state to give us back what it stole from us. We have to wave ourselves amongst people and processes to achieve our freedom and that of Mother Earth. We have to be while being our territories, because if they destroy nature, they destroy us with it. And if we take care of nature, we protect ourselves with it. We have to heal by healing ourselves and with Mother Earth. So for this, we need to recognize that we are sick in order to heal ourselves collectively.
Tenemos que tejer tejiéndonos.
We have to weave by weaving ourselves among peoples beyond the state. We can do it alone, and we need each other to achieve freedom. And in that path, women are a priority. To free ourselves from patriarchy is essential. To free ourselves from all forms and all ties. As you say, if women are liberated, if women liberate themselves, humanity is liberated. So, if we liberate ourselves, we liberate humanity, and we also liberate Mother Earth. Jin Jian Azadi, Woman, Life and Freedom.
Thank you very much, Vilma, for this beautiful speech. We are unfortunately at the end of this session. We are running very late, so we will not be able to have questions. There has been concrete proposal about a special commission to investigate the crimes and letters that we will be addressing in the next session. So please, let's thank once again the speakers of this panel for this amazing.
Great applause for the panelists. So we will make our lunch break. We exhausted you much, but also you gave us so much energy. Thanks for this also. And we will come together at 3:40. So 40 minutes break. And also if you have some photos or videos that you want to give the archive, it's this way. It's in the other room. So she's asking you.
Liberating الظاينم ديرو كده وحدة نحوينم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم Liberating الظاينم ديرو كده وحدة نحوينم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم Liberating الظاينم ديرو كده وحدة نحوينم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم Liberating الظاينم ديرو كده وحدة نحوينم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم أزدر كبم أزبكرم أزببجم أزبكلم كسني قارل سرم ديار بدش بومن كسني قارل سرمن ديار بدش بومن شترچيا توكي بابو برايان ميري دولتي ياندوز گيري ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم As a gentle all about flowers and weeds, how to use all the roots and the leaves and the seeds. People grew weary from hard-working days, which has made them feel better in so many ways. Who were the witches? Where did they come from? Maybe your great-great-grandmother was one. Witches were wise, wise women, they say. And there's a little witch in every woman today. When women had babies, the witches were there to hold them and help them and give them some care. Witches knew stories of how life began. Don't you wish you could be one? Well, maybe you can. Some people thought that the witches were bad. Some people were scared of the power they had. The power to help and to heal and to care isn't something to fear, it's a treasure to share. Who were the witches? Where did they come from? Maybe your great-great-grandmother was one. Witches were wise, wise women, they say. And there's a little witch in every woman today. There's a little witch in every woman today. غاب شمس الحب صدر الشرق يجنون باعوك الكلام والعدل مصلوب وعم ينزوا في السلام. كلهم يجنون باعوك الكلام والعدل مصلوب عم ينزوا في السلام. شو همنا لحروب شو همنا لحروب رح نبقى نحنا هون ويفنى كل الكون. رح نبقى نحنا هون ويفنى كل الكون. لينا صحاب فيك نترافق نرفض قولوا ما تخاف يا جنون من غدر الزمان، من ويل الحروب ومن لوعة الحرمان. وما تخاف يا جنون من غدر الزمان، من ويل الحروب ومن لوعة الحرمان. ومع كل اللي صار مع كل اللي صار رح تبقى إلنا بدار ويرجع شجر الغار. رح تبقى إلنا بدار ويرجع شجر الغار. يزهر كرامي بأرضك نرفض قولوا
Stamattina mi sono alzato, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Stamattina mi sono alzato e ho trovato l'invaso. Oh partigiano, portami via. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Partigiano, portami via, che mi sento di morire. E se io muoio da partigiano, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E se muoio da partigiano, tu mi devi seppellire e seppellire lassù in montagna. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Seppellire lassù in montagna, sotto l'ombra di un bel fior. Tutte le genti che passeranno, oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. E le genti che passeranno ti diranno che bel fior. E questo è il fiore del partigiano. Oh bella ciao, bella ciao, bella ciao, ciao, ciao. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà. Questo è il fiore del partigiano, morto per la libertà.
Et toi, qu'est-ce que tu regardes? T'as jamais vu une femme qui se bat? Suis-moi dans la ville blafarde et je te montrerai comme je mords, comme j'aboie. Regarde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la, regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Regarde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la, regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Et toi, mais qu'est-ce que tu crois? Je ne suis qu'un animal déguisé en madone. Et toi, je pourrais te faire mal, je pourrais te blesser, oui, dans la nuit qui frissonne. Regarde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la, regarde, sous mon sang la grenade. Regarde, sous mon sang la grenade, sous mon sang la, regarde, sous mon sang la
Put your hat on, honey. And ask Mimi to come and sing Bread and Roses with me.
As we go marching, marching in the beauty of the day, a million darkened kitchens, a thousand mill-lofts gray, are touched with all the radiance that a sudden sun discloses. For the people hear us singing, bread and roses, bread and roses. As we go marching, marching, we battle too for men, for they are women's children, and we mother them again. Our life shall not be sweated from birth until life closes. Hearts starve as well as bodies. Give us bread, but give us roses. As we go marching, marching, unnumbered women dead go crying through our singing their ancient call for bread. Small art and love and beauty, their drudging spirits knew. Yes, it is bread we fight for, but we fight for roses too. As we go marching, marching, we bring the greater days. The rising of the women means the rising of the race. No more the drudge and diver tend that toil where one reposes, but a sharing of life's glories, bread and roses, bread and roses.
Je suis celle qui accueille les moments mal d'amour qui se perdent bien souvent dans ma gueule. Ceux qui demeurent sans repère, gosses de famille détruite, ils me prennent comme mère pour avoir des frères. Je deviens celle avec qui ils passent le plus de temps, et ils sont fiers d'être de mes enfants. Ils portent mes couleurs dorénavant, ils doivent prouver qu'ils sont dignes de mon rang. Me prouver à moi en prouvant à leurs frères qu'ils en ont dans le froc, en provoquant l'enfer, qu'ils puissent étoffer leur palmarès pour alimenter le pacte jusqu'à ce qu'ils se perdent dans leur prouesse. Je leur ai inculqué qu'il n'y a ni bien ni mal, juste des faibles et des forts, un instinct animal, parce que dans mes artères coule la jungle. C'est chacun pour soi et tout sur celui qui va gêner. Je suis la rue, la mère des enfants perdus, qui se chamaille entre mes vices et mes vertus. Je suis la rue, celle qui t'enseigne la rue, viens te perdre dans mon chahut. Je suis la rue, la mère des enfants perdus, qui se chamaille entre mes vices et mes vertus. Je suis la rue, celle qui t'enseigne la rue, viens te perdre dans mon chahut. Viens, tu m'as choisi comme mère quand tu es en vadrouille. Reste avec moi, quitte les bancs scolaires, je t'apprendrai la débrouille. Tu n'as pas de place dans leur monde, mais ici je t'en donne une. À toi de la garder du ciment, tu peux faire fortune. Conduis-toi comme un... Le reste viendra, je suis avec toi, mais faut honorer le pas, te souviens-toi. Je t'enseignerai l'agilité pour dompter la chance. J'ai composé la chanson, celle où le diable mène la danse. Le orphelin, je t'offrirai des sensations, des jerrycans d'adrénaline pour assouvir tes tentations. Tes parents vont me maudire, alors sans une excuse pour moi, tu vas les faire souffrir. Je serai la cause de vos disputes, moi, qui t'accueille à bras ouverts si tu prends la porte. Viens, je t'offrirai de l'argent à te faire et plein de potes qui seront tes compagnons, tes frères, car mes fils aveuglés, c'est à cœur joie que vous sombrerez dans mes vies. Je suis la rue, la mère des enfants perdus, qui se chamaille entre mes vices et mes vertus. Je suis la rue, celle qui t'enseigne la rue, viens te perdre dans mon chahut. Je suis la rue, la mère des enfants perdus, qui se chamaille entre mes vices et mes vertus. Je suis la rue, celle qui t'enseigne la rue, viens te perdre dans mon chahut.
Quoi ça? Qu'est-ce que vous faites dans la voiture? Voyez où Hé, n'importe quoi. Non mais alors, mais j'ai fait la police. Quoi
Pour monter en grade, c'est voltige comme but des valises. Mais non, balise pas, ça t'aide à fuiter ta malice. Mais réalise que si tu te fais pincer, tu n'as plus de valeur à mes yeux. Tu seras seul, moi. Mes enfants sont nombreux, mais même en tôle, tu seras fier d'être un de mes mômes. Moi qui ai caché ta vie en te façonnant dans mon monde. Je t'ai détourné des tiens, ta famille, tes études. Et toi, tu me chantes des louanges. Certains font même des raps sur moi. Pour convaincre les indécis qui doutent de mes vertus. Je suis la mère diabolique des enfants perdus. Certains ont laissé leur vie si jeune et sur à croire. Mort pour l'honneur, pour le pacte, mort pour ma gloire. Sans scrupules et sans cœur, je me nourris de ces âmes perdues. Si jeune et en pleurs, en manque d'amour, je tue le recours de ces gosses en chagrin. Laisse pas traîner ton fils, sinon il deviendra le mien. Je suis la rue, la mère des enfants perdus, qui se chamaille entre mes vices et mes vertus. Je suis la rue, celle qui t'enseigne la ruse, te perdre dans mon chahut. Je suis la rue, la mère des enfants perdus, qui se chamaille entre mes vices et mes vertus. Je suis la rue, celle qui t'enseigne la ruse, te perdre dans mon chahut.
La honte d'élève est totue. C'est pas ta mère et si tu crèves, la mort ou la prison. Laisse pas chercher ailleurs, l'amour qui devrait y avoir dans tes yeux. La honte d'élève est totue. C'est pas ta mère et si tu crèves, elle aura tout. La mort ou la prison. Laisse pas chercher ailleurs, l'amour qui devrait y avoir dans tes yeux.
سری ده کنفرانس آجنی ناو
C'est pas celle qui fait pavé. Demande à Fable avec là comme nos semelles sur les pavés. La rage fort nos buts d'entraver, de vivre en travers. La rage cravée, puis bien loin en arrière. La rage d'avoir grandi trop vite. Quand des adultes volent ton enfant pas. Imagine un mur et un poli de la rage. Car impossible et c'est pesant voulu. La rage de voir autant de CRS armés dans nos rues. La rage de voir ce putain de monde s'autodétruire. Et que ce soit toujours des innocents au centre des tirs. La rage, car c'est l'homme qui a créé chaque mur. Ces barricades et béton. Aurait-il peur de la nature? La rage, car il a oublié qu'il en faisait partie des harmonies profondes. Mais dans quel monde la colombe est partie? La rage d'être autant balafré par les piquants des normes. Et puis la rage, ouais la rage d'avoir la rage depuis qu'on est mort. On restera debout quoi qu'il arrive, d'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. On pourra plus se taire ni s'asseoir. Dorénavant on tiendra vrai parce qu'on a la rage, le cœur et la foi. On restera debout quoi qu'il arrive, d'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. Rien ne pourra plus nous arrêter. Insoumis, sage, marginal, humaniste ou révolté. La rage parce qu'on choisit rien et qu'on subit tout le temps. Et vu que leurs choix sont bancales, et ben tout équilibre tout le temps. La rage car l'irréparable s'entasse depuis un bout de temps. Car qu'est-ce qu'on attend pour se mettre debout et foutre le boucan? La rage c'est tout ce qui nous laisse, façon, tout ce qui nous reste. Car combien des notes finiront par retourner leurs fesses? La rage de vivre et de vivre l'instant présent, de choisir son futur libre et sans leur cri d'oppression. La rage car c'est la merde que ce monde y adhère. Et parce que tout leur chant OGM stérilise la terre. La rage pour qu'un jour l'engrenage soit brisé. La rage car trop lisse vérité sur leur écran télévisé. La rage car ce monde ne nous correspond pas. Nous nourrissent de forêts pour placer leur rempart. La rage car ce monde ne nous correspond pas. Où Babylone s'engraisse pendant qu'on crève en bas. Parce qu'on a la rage, on restera debout quoi qu'il arrive. D'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. On pourra plus se taire ni s'asseoir. Dorénavant on tiendra vrai parce qu'on a la rage, le cœur et la foi. On restera debout quoi qu'il arrive. D'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. Rien ne pourra plus nous arrêter. Insoumis, sage, marginal, humaniste ou révolté. La rage, d'y croire et faire en sorte que ça bouge. Un Chirac, d'un Sharon, d'un Tony Blair, d'un proche de la rage. Ce monde voit rouge, mais de cris aillent s'entourer. Parce qu'ils n'entendent jamais les cris lorsque le sang coule. La rage, car c'est le pire que nous frôlons. La rage, car l'Occident n'a toujours pas ôté sa tenue de colon. La rage, car le mal tape sans cesse trop. Les queues ne sont plus mises au bout du jour. T'as de grâce à voir ancestraux. Trop de mensonges et de secrets gardés. L'élite de nos états, riches de vérité, pouvant changer l'humanité. La rage, car ils ne veulent pas que ça change. Ils préfèrent garder leur pouvoir et nous manipuler comme leurs anges. À la rage, car on croit aux anges et qu'on a choisi de marcher avec la rage. Parce que mes propos dérangent. Faut à quatre coins du globe. La rage d'une pleine ébullition. La rage, ouais la rage, l'essence de la révolution. On restera debout quoi qu'il arrive. D'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. On pourra plus se taire ni s'asseoir. Dorénavant on tiendra vrai parce qu'on a la rage, le cœur et la foi. On restera debout quoi qu'il arrive. D'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. Rien ne pourra plus nous arrêter. Insoumis, sage, marginal, humaniste ou révolté. On restera debout quoi qu'il arrive. D'aller jusqu'au bout et là où peut bien nous mener la vie. On pourra plus se taire ni s'asseoir. toi qui cherche la vérité sur ce monde. La résistance de demain. À la veille d'une révolution. La rage du peuple, la rabia del pueblo. Parce qu'on a la rage, elle qui fera trembler tes normes. Parce qu'on a la rage, elle crie la populace et la rage est énorme.
We the my life domination. You realize all the time we wasting. You realize all the pain we facing. Please pour a cup feminine libation. My gosh, we raising. Please sympathize all the lies we raising. Please realize all the time. Money energy, drank a couple quarters on my course, then I code up. If I rule the world, money stacks for all my daughters. Never asked for payment in the womb times 9. Now we see the blood on the street times try. Feminine energy, balance up the indestructible in the vaginal. Heaven in thine, heaven is mine. Spiritual, lyrical, mother sang sweetest taboo, ripple kind. If I was astonished by the level of shame, feminine energy, energy reign. Intuition and ambition, intuition shine. Intuition and ambition running through my veins. Pour out the love, let the healing begin. The birds and the bees ain't got nothing. The birds and the bees ain't got nothing. nothing energy.
Test.
Energy.
Pick up your energy. I said pick up your energy. Pick up your energy. Pick up your energy.
Fanboy, I beg you listen me. I beg you open your ears for any waiting that they say. Waiting that they talk. Na serious talk at they talk go. No be Tilanga speaking. Listen. In this world we deal. Member say ya. One day go come when we all go.
Test.
Before long, we go meet Mama Godo. When we dey meet Mama Godo, tell me, waiting, you go say.
Test.
We the my life jam nation. You realize all the time we wasting. You realize all the pain we facing. Please pour a cup feminine libation. My gosh, we raising. Please sympathize all the lies we raising. Please realize all the time. Female energy, 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 times sorrows. Carry all the weight of the world on your shoulders. Give a couple crowns to the woman who had bore us. Told us, focus, love and support us. Magical, umbilical, my universe is radical. Introduce the nation to embracing what is factual. Feminine energy, almost mathematical. You can't really sum up what is infinite and valuable. Feminine energy, balance up the indestructible in the vaginal, heaven in thine. She sing a melody to pass the time. Give us her energy so she can mine. If I was astonished by the level of shame, feminine energy, never shame again. Brain, tamed, brain, praying, intuition and ambition running through my veins. Pour out the love, let the healing begin again. Ain't got nothing. Doesn't be. Ain't got nothing. Energy. Pick up your energy. Pick up your energy. Pick up your energy. Pick up your energy. Pick up your energy. I said pick up your energy. Pick up your energy.
سری ده کنفرانس آجنی ناونتوی همو باشداروانی کنفرانس وکه جواکی چی لرق و همو هم يعني شنقالي ده أنا بارا هدف قرطن جبوجن فيرا جارك دي سكرتن
Jak tu.
zaman patates kavurma.
Bir tane kadın var ama koordine ediyor. O Vamos a empezar. Troisième deswegen, genau. Hallo, hallo, hallo, hallo, hallo, hallo. Comrades, we want to start, but the friends aren't here still. Yet. Rojbaş.
دوای خوارن
ای اما ام دست
نه نه هر اول خلق هاتن فقط تو دیگه از دخوینه 5 دقیقه نابل 5 دقیقه
Liberating الظايلم ديروك دخوادة نحويلم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم Liberating الظايلم ديروك دخوادة نحويلم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم Liberating الظايلم ديروك دخوادة نحويلم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم Liberating الظايلم ديروك دخوادة نحويلم أزازك بزك أزادية شنو بوالدينم أزا دركبم أزا بكرم أزا ببجم أزا بكلم كسني قارل سرمن ديار بدش بومن كسني قارل سرمن ديار بدش بومن شترچيا دوكي بابو برايان ميري دولتي ياندوز گري ناسناكن ناسناكن يكي جوا ناسناكن ناسناكن ناسناكن يكي جوا ناسناكن
Rojbaş. Dönkene.
چاره صاحبونه خو از تجاری قبول نکن بریار لسرجیان خو از جنو ببینیسم چاره صاحبونه خو از تجاری قبول نکن بریار لسرجیان خو جبومن اسني كارل سرمن بريار بده جبومن شتكيا توكي بابو برايان ميري دولتي يندوز جري ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم اشتكيا توكي بابو برايان ميري دولتي يندوز جري ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم ناسناكم ناسناكم يكي جوا ناسناكم Liberating الظاينم ديرو كده وهذا نحوينم أزازك بزك أعضائي شنو مبين Liberating الظاينم ديرو كده وهذا نحوينم أزازك بزك أعضائي
Hello everybody, you hear me? Okay.
الظاينم ديرو كده وهذا نحوينم
نمیدونم چرا تموم نمیشه. برم اونجا. دیاره؟ کی؟ گفت که همین جورش خیلی
Could you please sit down for, we would like to start, it's getting late, and we have to finish at the time because otherwise will be problematic. Havan und Karen runen dakaki, Havan in Kuaten hundur. Können bitte alle Genossinnen sich hinsetzen, damit das nicht so ein Tumult ist. Herr Wallenberderi. Au gerek runen hemu.
تمام دست بکنیم. اینجا محسادی.
Okay, we will start now. We will start, but first, before we start with the panel, Havano, please. Before we start with the panel, our friends from Roshlat would like to talk.
Okay. Rojbash, Khoshkani Heja. Hi everybody. This is a message from Roshalat, from the Kurdish and Iranian woman. So I will read the text we have wrote with each other about the situation in Iran and in Kurdistan. So today is the 50 days since Jina Mahsa Amini was killed by the hijab police of the Islamic regime of Iran. This is not the first time that the brutality and violation of the state cost women's life. Since the Islamic regime took power, from its very first day committed different forms of violence against women and LGBTQIA plus bodies. By dehumanizing women's body and forcing them to wear compulsory hijab, the Islamic regime of Iran institutionalized gender apartheid and established its power. Defining compulsory hijab as its most important red line, the regime normalized suppressing those women who don't fit into the legalized dress code. Okay. Arrest, imprisonment, torture, lashes, and dismissal from work are just a few examples of these suppressions. Nevertheless, there is power. Where there is a power, there is resistance. So, and this is what the Jina uprising has shown in recent days in Iran. Chanting Jen Jian Azadi in Kurdish, in Farsi, in Turkish, Arabic, and Baluchi, the Jina uprising could mobilize people in more than 1,000 cities, including peripheries of country. Despite the extreme violence of police and SEPA revolutionary guards, people are extraordinarily resisting state power. If we say that we are witnessing one of the most important and impressive revolutions in history, we are not exaggerating. Diverse forms of performance and actions reveal that something has changed, something which cannot be stopped or hijacked. Especially in Kurdistan and Balochistan, as places violence and restriction from access to resources, people are creating unique form of standing against decades of terror and oppression. From treating the injured at home instead of hospital, to turning funerals into protest gathering, from leading demonstration by women to transforming them to life and resistance-oriented slogans, people in Iran are facing a revolution which some name it woman revolution and some name it feminist one. Would it be a feminist or woman's revolution? It can be understood as a standpoint achievements against dictatorship of the Middle East and the global South. The victory of women in Iran, their exemplary courage against the form of authority is finally a great victory for all women in the Middle East and an inspiration for other women in the world, just as Kurdish women have been these last years. This revolution also challenged distorted and manipulated image of Middle Eastern women as passive and victims, taking them out of colonialist and imperialist stereotypes. As women, LGBTQIA+, and different groups of people in the global South share same histories of capitalist, patriarchal, and state violation, what first and foremost is needed is transnational solidarity. The solution cannot be found if you don't reveal the cooperation of states of global North with global South in silencing, suppressing, and colonializing bodies and lives of the people in global South. Only through acts of solidarity and echoing of each other's voice can we fight to overcome state, patriarchy, and capitalism. We should end this darkness with our transnational and revolutionary resistance. As a political prisoner in Iran wrote in one of his prison briefs, everyone, wherever they are, should take a step forward. So, for joining our revolutionary steps with each other, we shout, Jen, Jian, Azadi. Bijim. Jen, Jian, Azadi. Jen, Jian, Azadi. Just yes, just the last word. We have a petition. Yes. Just a last word. So we have a petition and we have a table just in front of the door for solidarity with women who are in prison just now, especially for both of them, Nilufar Hamedi and Elahe Mohammadi, who are threatened strongly by the security of Iran. So we can help by you can help by your solidarity. We need really that in this time in Iran. Thank you, everybody. You can find us in the table in outside. Thank you.
So, let's go on with the next panel, moderated by Havin Güneşer, engineer and member of International Initiative Freedom for Öcalan, Peace in Kurdistan. This is Heval Havin.
Okay, dear friends, can please everybody take their seats? This is the final session, final panel. Please take your seats, and this is, I guess, the culmination of all the panels that we've been having since yesterday. Please, everybody, all the other speakers of this panel, come on stage. Haskar, Montes, Jovita, Bushra Ali, Gemeinsam Kampfen, Irem Gelkush, Juana. I hope that all of you managed to get a copy of the proposal of the Women's Freedom Movement. Now, as one of the organizers of this conference, when we began discussing, or when we began the process of discussing this conference and what we wanted to steer it towards, we had a huge discussion, of course, and in 2021, we named this session Jinjian Azadi as the backbone of our philosophy of liberating life, which is women's revolution. Now, for a long time, our response to femicide, ecocide, and genocide of the patriarchal capitalist modernity has taken shape by this poetic and enchanting slogan. While it is very simple, It presents us with the stark truth. And this is why women and communities from all over the world have embraced it in such a powerful manner. Now, the person who have coined this slogan has also given his freedom for this reality to become the reality of not only women, but also that of men. His deep-rooted revolutionary philosophy of freedom has led him to overcome his own mostly patriarchal tendencies and to overcome patriarchal ideologies and its tools in resolving issues of colonization, fascism, power, hierarchy, and has allowed him to the point where the fundamental question lies. Jin, Jian, Azadi. This person is Abdullah Öcalan. Apo, G, Serok, Apo. He was abducted by a NATO operation, lured to Kenya, and taken to Turkey, and he has been shut away on an island prison for the past 23 years. And all this is supplemented by the criminalization policies of the West, including fines for saying Biji Serok Apo here in Germany, with the hope that any notion of a free life can also be shut away. Therefore, symbolically and literally, his freedom is our freedom. Now, this slogan has since become an enchanting spell that is now captivating the whole world, that has been disenchanted by oppression, repression, and inequality. It's now chanted in many languages that fill our hearts not only with joy, but the aspiration to be free and poetry of life. And as the basis of free life, it is a front, it's a point of convergence, it's a gathering against tyranny, colonialism, and fascism. 21st century is now indeed taking shape as the time of women's and people's revolution. If I do this, what will the speakers do, right? I am the moderator and I am speaking so fast. I'm so sorry, everybody. I know you're tired. Thank you to the translators. So, despite the wish to turn the tide around with COVID, whereas before the COVID, the women and people's struggles around the globe hit the peak, they are ensuing policies of warfare and militarization. But these three words are creating a barrier, an unbreakable link, our resistance struggle and our vision for the future. Because we women are not only the point of concentration of social relations, but at the same time, key in addressing and overcoming the entangled social problems. All relations of oppression are woven around our bodies and our identities. As women, we are forcefully disconnected from our relationship to politics, to economy, to philosophy, to art and the sciences by those who hold power, who colonize life, and who monopolize the means to make and sustain life. This is the reason why we emphasize the link between Jin and Jian, woman and life. We point to the revolutionary potential of our struggle to reclaim our relationship to Earth, to Mother Earth, and to the social. In fact, what we are saying with this slogan is that we as women regain the means to make, sustain, and defend life, defend the society, and to open it up to alternative futures of freedom. Thus, the slogan of our conference, our liberation, our freedom is the liberation of life. I have spoken now maybe more than the speakers, but now I would like to open all of this to another phase of discussion. With this second conference, we have continuously driven our dialogue, exchange of ideas and experiences towards perhaps a roadmap of how to, in fact, culminated with a peak where we can jointly organize, educate, and find ways of weaving, of building this life outside of patriarchy. So now I open this for discussion. I have many great speakers. There is Haskar Kırmızıgül, a comrade of mine at the same time. She's on my right. She has been with the genealogy for a long time and many other areas of women's struggle around the globe almost. And she's been active in journalism and many other things. And here we have also, to my further right, Montes Jovita Mataro. She's from Gabriela, and she has traveled all the way from Philippines to be with us and to join our struggles together. There is Bushra Ali. Bushra Ali is also from Rojava at the same time, and she has been working with the Regional Democratic Women's Alliance in the Middle East and in North Africa, and she's also traveled quite a distance to be with us today. And we have Gemeinsam Kämpfen. And of course, they are also our hosts. So thank you for hosting it at the same time, this conference. And we have İrem Gelkuş to my left. She's coming from Turkey. She's also with the Women's Human Rights New Solutions Association. And also we have Juana Kalfanaoa Nitsolonka from the Mapuche people. She's also traveled a long distance in order to view our feature together. Thank you. And also in this session, there will be hopefully something more special. It's not questions and answers, but also we will invite you to make your proposals so that we can see our path forward. I will now hand the microphone over to Haskar. Please, Haskar.
Spasticin. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, comrades. In my words here, I want to open with a phrase from our comrade Nagahan Akarsel. You can see her picture here. Last month, she was murdered She wrote a text in the genealogy magazine. The words, very poetic words. She said, I'm afraid in this time that I will lose my soul. And Heval Nagahan in response said, with this knowledge, in our time, with women's mind and spirit and actions, we need to make an intervention. And so we're together here to make this intervention in this way, so that we do not lose our minds and spirits the way that the poet predicted. And so here we are with hundreds of our friends and comrades from many different struggles, from many different places, from many different beliefs, with many different language. And so the desire for change and transformation is amongst us all. And I send my respects and greetings. I want to greet you all. We know against war, against fascism, against violence, against occupation, which is inflicted constantly on women, against ecocide, all of it inflicted by capitalist modernity, making its attacks in all different directions. And all of these are in the end landing up on women. And so our struggle has to be this deep. It has to be this multifaceted, and it has to be this connected. We are indebted to those women who have been the vanguard of this struggle, each in their own places. How can we possibly live up to their example? How can we pay this debt? I want to talk about this today. It's not just these 2 days that we discuss. For the last 10 years, as the Kurdish women's movement, everywhere, wherever we may be, every question, every time there's an opportunity, we discuss what is our dream for the future. It's a discussion that has aspects of philosophy, politics, science, and ideology. We need to understand all these things together. We need to show that there is also a basis to what we say here, that a lot of effort has been given. And so we want, in the process, to open our minds. We don't only look from one direction. We need to look from many different perspectives, take in many different colors, many different perspectives, and take them all into account. And so we've made connections where we don't just teach, we also learn, and we've learned a lot. In this most recent time, the slogan Xinjiang Azadi, it's very clear what we want to make with this. As Heval Havin drew attention, I don't want to go on too much. Abdullah Öcalan said that Xinjiang Azadi is a magic formula that could change life. And so we see that magic right here. That we want, we see when we come together. There's something else. We understand that women's revolution is not just a moment. It's not something that you break and then it happens. It's something that flows. It is a stream. The meaning of women's revolution is something that is ongoing. In the Academy of Democratic Modernity Educations, we speak a lot. We've shared our perspective with a lot of different geographies. A friend of ours from India said that this isn't utopia. This is something that we can build up right now. And so now we're going to discuss our utopia together. We see the need for world women's democratic confederalism. We need to discuss, where do we go with this tomorrow? How do we walk this road? Every idea and in part it's an idea, in part it's a goal, It's a need and it's a call. It's a call out. As we've said over these 2 days, we can't just see the need. We see that capitalist modernity is going through a deep, deep crisis. And so it is making the greatest attack and the strongest attack against women first and foremost. And those who give the most resistance and give the resistance first are always the women. If women don't resist, we will not exist. We need to see this as an existential struggle. Maybe you can analyze another struggle in a different way. But we can define a women's struggle as an existential struggle, a struggle for life. And so it has many points in which we can be collective. We listen to each other, understand each other, and take inspiration from each other. As much as we can do that, the system wants to split us up. The system wants to divide us. The system wants to keep us quiet, wants us to make alliances with the state, wants us to make alliances with capitalism. And as they make an alliance with each other, stronger and stronger, between the state, capitalism, and patriarchy. And so, the stronger we become, the weaker they become. If they become strong, we will lose our very existence. This is how important our struggle is. What we've seen is the women's struggle, every type of struggle, class struggle, anti-colonial struggles, national struggles. And the system has been able to turn these to their own advantage. The potential is very clear. But a dialectic such as this is going on.
Pratik eki ku Latin abia yala çedi be esere rast bıkım hemen. Pratik eki le abia yala çedi be le Avrupa embejin hembere maskırtı. Embejin serildan enjinan. Yani evde
We can see the different practices that have been advanced in different parts of the world. For example, in Abya Yala, for women's rights, anti-fascist, against capitalism, against femicide. And we can see very clearly that unity is needed. And we can see that the state, capitalism, patriarchy are working very well together. They are locked in a strong and stable alliance. And so, for us, we need an equally strong and stable alliance between women to stand up for our existence against them. When we're together, we come together as a women's movement in any place. Different streams run together, we become a river. We need to discuss what route is this river going to take? Where will the river flow? 4 years ago, we held the first conference. There was a suggestion, a thought, a proposal that emerged that we would make a call out for World Women's Democratic Confederalism. And in these 4 years, this suggestion has been discussed across the world in all different places. Anywhere that was possible, anywhere that we went, where we met with people, we discussed it. And it hasn't reached all women everywhere. And so it's still a hope that it will. However, it's not only a proposal. How can we make it into something reality? This is what we also need to discuss, not just as an idea, not just as a theory. And in my opinion, the most important thing is that we have unity on the side of the very basic principles of life, such as respect for each other and for our organization, principles that can bring us together in an organized way. What should the form of our struggle be? And every question brings new questions. What is the form? And according to which paradigm do we advance our struggle? What science does it base itself on? What philosophy do we have that can help us search for truth? When we come together over these, we need to look from the side of ideology, philosophy, and somehow bring these flows together. And our wish is that we always overcome new borders. It's important to bring the attention that boundaries have been placed ahead of us. In what way will we overcome them? I believe that if we can bring about democratic confederalism, if we can understand it, we can give an answer. Confederalism is something that can work among 10 people or 1 million people. That those that want to live with autonomy and in connection. So this is a principle of how we can live together. It is a concrete, clear first principle that with democratic confederalism, this would be the concrete principle of women's world democratic confederalism. And so our desires are important, but we don't only want to show them. How do we make our desires a reality? Through organization. I don't want to go on for too long. The friends have spread the material around. You guys can take it and read and research more deeply for yourselves. But there are some fundamental principles. Something we need to understand and analyze what is between us and our freedom and come together in unity to overcome them. This is clear, I believe, to all of us here, that a full liberation, that national liberation isn't enough to liberate women. All perspectives of liberation must center women's liberation. This is also a core principle. For us, we're very clear that patriarchal attacks don't only come from one direction. Not only on one center, one side, in one place. And so every topic, from the biggest to the smallest, in all different places, we need to advance our struggle together. Second, we need to understand and define ourselves as a women's struggle. We must take a radical stance against capitalism. Not just to say, oh, we are anti-capitalist. At the same time, we need to make connections in real life, understand how the shape of our lives can be lived outside of capitalism. Furthermore, we need to struggle against how the system tries to shape our lives. We need to understand ourselves from a collective perspective. I can define myself as a Kurdish woman, and we know there are lots of different perspectives and different reactions. We need to come together for the strength, the ideological power behind this. I can try and cut short here. We need to understand the difference. We must cut from the system. But at the same time, in World Women's Democratic Confederalism, something really a priority, we must not become centralized in this. How can we rewrite and bring to light women's history, the history that's never been written, that's been written, and how can we correct it that's been written wrong? For this, we need a scientific understanding. that needs to address this history. For us, we call this genealogy that illuminates women's history. I hope I can get through this quickly. There's something important. The transformation of the man. This is also on our agenda. We can say that masculinity and manhood, being male, are two different things. If we allow the male personality to draw its foundations entirely from the masculinity that we have, we will have a problem. This also must be on the agenda of our confederalism. Something else that I see very important. The understanding of women's gender and gender solidarity, solidarity between women. How can we love each other together? When we build up a big movement, when we build up confederalism, we don't let oppression accumulate itself in our spaces. We don't let our leadership take on the shape of the leaderships of the system. I want to make a concrete suggestion so that we can know each other better, so that we can understand gender and have better gender solidarity. This suggestion also came out of the education workshop. First and foremost, education has to take its place as a fundamental pillar of confederalism. And the political side as well, against feminicides, against the violence that every moment, every day women are living. We need to give a strong response, a strong decision. How can we respond to this? How can we fight back against this? How can we take action?
gerek emri servi esasya va bakın. Tibetçi. Leze yandre ediye. Teni noktayı ki dixwazim bejim. Navbera revebirin peşengtikirin o navbera buyuna.
So between leadership and the vanguard of the revolution and ruling, there's a very important difference. If we're not careful, when you want to do something well, you can end up doing something else. And so there needs to be a really good understanding of this. A system on this kind of scale needs to be able to defend itself. And so on the side of self-defense, we need a plan, we need a perspective. From the side of action and from the side of mentality and thought. I have a really strong hope. So that in these days, the friends here, friends who are struggling with us, and all the friends whose photos we see on the walls, the friends that we share life and struggle with. In these days, we dream, but it's not a dream that will not come true. Every friend who has fallen martyr believes that it will come one day. They may not have seen it. If we want confederalism, if we want to make confederalism, this responsibility then passes to us, their dream. How can we bring it about? And so it's a very difficult struggle, an arduous struggle in front of us, an endless struggle that requires sacrifice and a great responsibility. And of those women who had that dream, one of them was Andrea Wolf. Perhaps some friends know of her. The 23rd of October in 1999, she was murdered by the soldiers of the Turkish state. And so I want to finish with some words from Andrea Wolf. To create a great organization is a huge opportunity. In this way, we can overcome the limitations and weaknesses of our time. For example, a person in their society who wants transformation need to bring their potential together. You see this. I can see that there are many small groups of people and many people on their own and individual who have these beliefs. And I believe that this isolation, this sense of being alone is something that is created to separate people. Without this shared experience coming together to share reflections, we cannot advance our struggle. And so, through organization, through understanding our history, we can bring these things about. I believe that we're very close with the steps towards World Women's Democratic Confederalism to realizing this dream of Andrea Wolf. And of course, without a doubt, our magic formula, Xinjiang Azadi. And as the Mapuche people say, we'll be victorious 1,000 times.
Thank you, Oscar. And we've been in dialogue with Gabriella for quite a few years now on different levels and in different conferences. Haskar talked about how women's struggle is truly an existential one, not only because of the femicide, but also through femicide, we are now destroying life as we know. So in this sense, then, how do we go about unifying our struggles throughout the world? Jovita, please.
Thank you. It is with great honor and pride that I speak to you before today to share the experiences of the militant and anti-imperialist alliance of grassroots women's organizations all over the world. Sorry. The International Women's Alliance, or IWA, the formation of which received significant support and solidarity from another organization of which I am also a part of. This is Gabriela, one of the strongest, farthest reaching, and most militant champion of women's and people's rights in the Philippines. Gabriela's long history of organizing and forging alliances locally and internationally both guided and helped lay foundations for the establishment of IWA in 2011. Through the years, we observe the growing importance of solidarity work and alliances. Going beyond borders is imperative, especially that capitalist and multinational corporations have become bolder in getting more international and monopolistic. In effect, many working class women and marginalized peoples all over the world have been further exploited. Thus, any concerned woman who is part of the 99% could not be indifferent to such exploitation. Thus, feel the need to struggle against it and join organization for a solid and united voice. The only way to protect our rights, our jobs, our lives against the imperialist attacks is to organize. Organize, organize. We need to raise our national concerns to international struggle, linking arms with our sisters and the rest of the oppressed class of the world. As we call it in Filipino, magkapit bisig, linking arms. Gabriela has long realized such need. That is why it is one of the founding members of International Women's Alliance, which would ensure the connection among women around the world. In its over 38 years of existence, Gabriela has built a membership of around 200 plus organizations and affiliates with 10 overseas chapters. At the core of the organization is the principle of forming alliances and establishing solidarity among all oppressed women of the world on the basis of our shared experiences, systems of oppressors, and our common aspirations for liberation. Over the years, this very principle enabled us to reach, mobilize, and organize oppressed and exploited women in the Philippines and across the globe on various issues, including but not limited to issues of violence against women and other gender-based violence, severely low wages, massive landlessness and displacement, lack of access to basic social services, and grave violations of civil, political, and democratic rights. Even at and especially during the onslaught of the pandemic and the imposition of militaristic lockdowns, Gabriela continued to follow the principles of unifying, empowering, and mobilizing women to advance their just struggles. We did so by employing the same arouse, organize, mobilize tactic we have used since our founding in 1984. In order to effectively do this, we have to start with coming up with the continuously updating our social investigation and analysis of the situation of women through constant coordination with Gabriela's vast network of communities, organizations, institutions. We studied the vulnerabilities, needs, and capacities of women amid the grave health and socio-economic crisis. This in turn informed the track of our campaigns and programs. Since the 1970s, neoliberalism has wreaked havoc among the working class, giving more way to the rich and their multinational corporations. Through neoliberalism, the rise of automation, outsourcing, downsizing, contractual and irregular work, privatization, have resulted to a more economically insecure working class populace. This insecurity has been more prominent during the pandemic. Because of the privatized health services, getting treatment for COVID and other diseases have been costly, since big pharmaceuticals own and monopolize the appropriate medicines for the virus. Many poor countries had no choice but to purchase the needed medicines and vaccines. Fascist governments have taken advantage of the pandemic. They have imposed militarized lockdowns, hoping to paralyze the movement of the people, especially the activists and human rights defenders. Despite such restrictions and lockdowns, people's organizations such as IWA and Gabriela have continuously done their tasks of arousing, organizing, and mobilizing. For instance, Gabriela, at the onset of the pandemic, was able to counter the restricted mobility and had uninterruptedly served its partner communities. Early on, Gabriela members had distributed protective kits, had given education on safety protocols, and established community kitchens, especially in areas with high poverty incidents due to the lockdowns. We conducted community pantries, a concept of people-to-people service, where food had been distributed from the donation of others. We call it bayanihan in Filipino. It means communities helping communities. Despite the lockdowns, Gabriela had also continued its service for the women victims of violence, especially that the local government units had prioritized monitoring COVID cases and limited, if not closed their services to women victims of violence. For safety and health reasons, counseling was done online. Though online counseling was limited, at least the victims have realized that there is someone there to support them. Gabriela's organizing work remains strong during the pandemic. Women have realized that come hell or high water, Gabriela would be present to serve them. The pandemic also showed the incompetence and callousness of the state officials. They have no systematic plan to solve the crisis, especially that millions become unemployed due to the imposed lockdowns. In the Philippines, for example, there was an initial record of 16 million women who have become economically insecure due to the lockdown. Instead of putting the safety of the people as priority, the Philippine government signed the anti-terrorism law and created the Rabid Anti-Activist Task Force as the state's primary concern. At the height of the pandemic, when tens of thousands died daily, the government had spent billions of loaned money for infrastructure, counterinsurgency operations, and preparation for the elections. She wants you to repeat maybe the last thing. Okay, which one? Last one. At the height of the pandemic, when tens of thousands died daily, the government had spent billions of loaned money for infrastructure, counterinsurgency operations, and preparation for the elections. Reports of corruption by the health officials had been glaring. Gabriela had tirelessly called on the accountability of the government. In retaliation, the Philippine government continuously threatened, vilified, harassed, surveilled, illegally arrested, and put some false charges against Gabriela leaders and members. Such human rights violations against our sisters still happen up to this day. For almost more than a year, I have been being watched and surveilled. So I have to transfer house every now and then to elude my surveillance. The Philippine government had also attempted to look into our bank accounts. State enforcers have tried every scheme to monitor us, hoping that we would commit just one act that would incriminate us. Yet we prevail because we are guided by our basic objective to serve the people, to serve women, especially the working class. Working with people, we remain invincible. As the government threatened us without let up, as women and the rest of the working class suffer from economic crisis caused by neoliberalism, as the pandemic surges and health services are still wanting, local campaigns would not be enough to stop these violations. International solidarity work is very essential. That is why we work together closely with IWA. We need solidarity to maintain our campaign against the fascist attacks of state tyranny and foreign intervention. We need solidarity to call against privatized health services and for cross-learning and sharing of systematic solutions against COVID. We need solidarity in highlighting the plight of working class women and reach out to them for a determined collective action. So with IWA, we have organized activities against fascism and tyranny, campaigns such as Free Our Sisters, Free Ourselves. Currently, IWA of the Asia Pacific has launched a study conference to know the plight of Asia Pacific women. We did the education campaign we called it the SWAP, no? State of Women in the Asia Pacific. We have several activities for this year and the next years to highlight the issues that concerns women economically, politically, and socially. Lest we forget, the struggles of women had been won through international solidarity work. Our fight is cross-border fight. Monopoly capitalists imposing neoliberal policy have wrapped its poisonous limbs around the globe, making women more vulnerable. We have to break its limb. We need to organize, strengthen our fight, both on the national and international level. Our solidarity and struggle today is very important, not only because we continue to face an economic crisis. Our solidarity is important to stop unjust and imperialist wars, to reject neoliberal policies, and prevent plunder of our natural resources. Our struggle is an international struggle. This is how we find our way. This is how we comfort one sister from another sister. Long live international solidarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Yovita. Of course, each and every struggle that we wage at our local level is towards this common and joint struggle. However, what we are seeing is that, of course, the alliance of power, violence, and state mechanism, the patriarchy in its different institutions, is systematically and together waging this assault on us. So how do we, from Philippines to the MENA region, then find tools and ways of joining our hands? Bushra.
Thank you very much to all of you. We've discussed a lot of topics here. There are some problems, and in some ways how we can solve them. Of course, the time here is very short. On the one hand, we have a lot of problems, a lot of things to discuss, because there are so many topics we need to talk briefly. I'll do my best to speak about what's needed. We have a center for Kurdish women in Lebanon. The proposal for the World Women's Democratic Confederalism arrived to us a few years ago. We made a reflection. And as a result of this, we made discussions with a lot of women's organizations from different countries. There were various offices of Muna. As a result of these discussions, we came to a conclusion. On the theoretical side and on the practical side, some things became clear. That the case for women's freedom, as much as it is regional, it is every bit as much global. The problems that we live, the name of the country changes, the style of problem changes, but the content is always the same. Together, these fundamental problems of the countries of the Middle East and North Africa, we discussed what they are. We came to a result. Occupation and feminicide is the first fundamental problem that, as the Middle East and North Africa, has put a huge fear in our path. However, with the arrival of almost in 11 different countries of the Middle East and North Africa, in 20 different centers. We made a lot of different meetings, and a result came out on the anniversary, the first anniversary of falling martyr of Hevrin Khalaf, the General Secretary of the Democratic Party of Syria. She who fell martyr at the jihadist gangs, who the proxy of the Turkish state. At the first anniversary of her death, we published at the results at the level of the Middle East and North Africa. In a very short time after the publication, from these 11 different offices, we became 40 different women's centers. And from only a few countries, we were in 14 countries. There were a lot of advances made on the theoretical and practical side. We made a lot of meetings and took a collective stance. In these discussions, we saw that the problems of the women of Palestine are not so far from the problems of Kurdish women. In the same way, the women of the Sahara, the Western Sahara, the women of Yemen, of Tunis, of all the countries. There are many, many things in common. And so, we were able together to create some basic principles. We said, we work together against fascism. We work together against all forms of colonialism and occupation. The Turkish state in North Kurdistan, in West Kurdistan, in South Kurdistan, and any place where the Turkish state has arrived in recent years to enact occupation. We work together against all forms of feminicide, whether it's physical, on the side of language, with another method, political massacres, political murder, assassinations. All of these we take as essential topics. We make an analysis and we take a common stance and come to a common position. This has now got to the level with this initiative. I'll just go over it again. After a year, particularly last year, our work in the Middle East and North Africa, we made it even broader. This is what I want to say. We had the firm belief when we started with this work that individual freedom is not possible without social freedom. That social freedom has no meaning unless the whole society is free. And so the freedom for Kurdish women is connected to all women of the Middle East and Africa, connected to the freedom of women in the whole world. In this moment of chaos across the world, we do not want to create a small island of peace. We're connected together. On this basis, last year in Beirut, Lebanon, almost 250 women's organizations from 18 different countries, the Middle East and North Africa, came together. We discussed many, many different topics. As a result of the 2 days of discussion, we published an agreement of Middle Eastern North African Women Democratic Agreement. This is not a coalition. It's not a new platform. It was close to a year and a half that we've been holding these meetings. Unfortunately, after the conference, it's been difficult to hold face-to-face meetings, but online we have made many meetings. We've been able to develop certain fundamental principles. We've said an attack on any woman in any country, anywhere, is an attack on all women. The second, whichever woman who believes in democracy, believes in social justice, believes in true equality, this woman can also represent us, and we'll speak for her and we speak for us. Thank you. The third principle said that freedom, democracy, a revolutionary mentality, a revolution of the mentality. The women's revolution in the Middle East and North Africa has begun. It began in Mesopotamia, in the Middle East, in North Africa. A revolution for all women, for all people. We say that what you lost, go back and look for it where you lost it. This means our values in the Middle East and in North Africa are the values that will allow us to strengthen our struggles for freedom and equality for all women all over the world. Could be we experience that we join together in our pains, in our principles, and in our struggle. There's nothing that we cannot do. These principles, in our document of principles, we wrote them, and now based on these, we are working. These a member of the apologize, but I cannot always make everything clear. But there's another project of ours that's very fundamental. I wanted to share with you. It was another result of discussions with many wonderful women. These dreams that we share, and also the thought and philosophy of Abdullah Öcalan. He's not merely a person, but the existence of a person, the identity of all oppressed peoples, of oppressed women, wherever they may be. When we presented this project to many women in North of Africa and the Middle East, we were afraid. Maybe they'll say, what? He's a man. We're women, we cannot agree with this. However, when they saw his thought and philosophy, it was accepted with a lot of excitement. In a very short time, 11 women from 9 countries of the Middle East and North Africa came together again in Beirut in Lebanon, and we opened a new initiative, Freedom for Öcalan. We set it up on the basis that Öcalan's struggle is for women, that his philosophy is for the freedom of women. And so as members of this initiative now as well, we make self-education together. We work on the side of consciousness, on the political aspect, all the aspects in different areas of life. And so that we can empower women together. In short, these 3 projects, okay, 5 minutes left, that's fine. These 3 projects that have made practical steps. Nonetheless, we're still just beginning. There's a long road ahead of us. Our road is very difficult. As women of North Africa and the Middle East, when we discuss, we don't always agree on every concept, every principle. There are concepts we use as Kurdish women that are not used in North Africa, and the other way around. Sometimes we have different perspectives and opinions. Words like democracy, freedom, women's revolution. There are many differences, understandings. Nonetheless, every one of us tries to understand each other and to bring our ideas closer together in order that we are able, the system of patriarchy that wants to split us apart, so that this consciousness, this politics, we can defeat. It's a really serious effort that we need to put to come together and understand each other. And so, as the different members of the organization, 18 different women from the different organizations, we come together, discuss concepts and terms and strategy. There are many points, there are points, of course, on which we don't agree. Nonetheless, those which we can come together on as women, we absolutely must broaden and emphasize. We must come closer to each other in our ideas, and so that we can advance together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bushra. And she rightly put it that at the outset, our struggles may look different, but over especially the last few years, we are finding much more closely that at the roots, it's so much similar. Maybe the masking is a little bit more sophisticated. So Rua, I hand you over.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I'm talking in German. It is weird to be sitting next to so many amazing women and think in English, but then try and talk in my own language. To not make it too long, I will shorten a bit the what I had prepared, and I'm apologizing in advance to the translators. I'm trying my best. The organization Gemeinsam kämpfen, so fighting together, was founded on the 25th of November 2017. Was founded as a feminist campaign for self-determination and democratic autonomy. The aim of this campaign was to make the ideas of the revolution in the autonomous regions of North and East Syria more known here in Germany, but also to take on the responsibility to think them for here. This decision to found this campaign was the result of long and intense discussions and ideological debates on that we had together with Kurdish women. one of our focus points was on an internationalist connection with the women's movement, a connection of clear solidarity, which for us always meant a perspective regarding the future for our geography here. And another aim was to discuss the autonomous organization of women and other suppressed genders, and to make known the relevance of this. End of 2020, we could see that we had grown further than just being a campaign, which is why we gave ourselves a new name, the Feminist Organization for Democratic Autonomy and Self-Determination. We want to set up here in Germany a self-determination for women and other oppressed genders in connection with struggles worldwide. We see it as foundational of understanding ourselves as a global struggle against capitalist patriarchy, and that we see our own role in this and our own responsibility within this. Of course, it's not just us who, within the revolutions in North and East Syria, have put up hopes for our own struggles. The concrete, stop. Hey. Yeah, and repeat. Of course, it is not just us who, with the societal changes that happen in North and East Syria, had hopes for anti-patriarchal changes. Many of the experiences and gains of knowledge that we have from the Kurdish women's movement here in Germany, but also in various parts of Kurdistan, gave us a rich gave us many things that we could take from this and that we want to build on. At the same time, for us, it's a very important question: what heritage are we on here in Germany, and which we see it as our task to go past the patriarchal way that history has been written, and we want to write our own history, because who doesn't have a history doesn't have a future. The questions that we see here result from our reality to live in the heart of the beast. The challenges that we are faced with are based a lot on relearning hopes for a better world, to understand what our identities are. When we reject the German national state as our identity. For us, this means, especially in our fight, that our practice means a lot, that we have to convince ourselves and the people around us that another world is possible, and that we carry a large and important responsibility to create this world that we dream of. What does it mean for us here in Germany to become ourselves and to be ourselves, our country, and to love our country and the people around us? What does it mean to defend all of this? We have to learn to take without stealing, to sow without destroying, to hope without romanticizing, to fight together without losing diversity. In order to fill all of this with life, we have to know our own roots to have a stable stance in the current strong winds and to stretch our branches and blossoms. We say the society is diverse, but the state is restrictive and oppressive. What is important for us is to look at our own history with all the suffering and the suppression that resulted from it, and on the other side, all the resistance that resulted from it. We have to think about all the strengths and the achievements that have led to the society right now being the way it is. We have to defend ourselves as part of our society and the society as part of the whole world in order to be able to defend us the way we are. For many, this may be self-evident. As the German in the German society, it is not. The division of the German society is one of the oldest means of taking power over the society. It is utilized to break the unity of the society and to create divisions. But from the beginning on, there was strong resistance against this brutality of the system, and we want to rely on this heritage, on the heritage of people who were deported to the first colonies in North America as resistance, and who fought alongside the indigenous peoples or of those who sailed to Northern Africa to fight against slave ships and to free the people, or how indigenous peoples in the course of the centuries, again and again over the centuries, came to Europe to analyze the setting up of the capitalism and industrialization, as for example in the 1600s, but also last year when the Zapatistas came here. The Zapatistas gave us the task to get organized, and what has happened since isn't enough. We all know that only the woven diversity can be enough for everything what we need to set up a new world. We see that the suggestion of the World Women's Confederalism is also an opportunity for Germany to bring together all these many perspectives and to build up something that brings justice to sort of all these aspects. Which means we think we have to relearn what it means to be organized as a society. What unites us all together here is that we fight for life. In order to be able to live, we have to stop the worldwide feminicide. Because even in Germany, every day a feminicide is attempted, and every second or third day a woman dies. And the indifference and the silence around this has to be broken. Our answer has to be to set up our own self-defense, which means our organization. But what is our own intention? And when we talk about the World Women's Confederation, to say it in the words of the Kurdish friends, fight or better movement is to be. The ideology is consciousness, and the structure is the form. movements that create a unity between being, knowledge. I'm sorry, it was a bit too fast. Okay. The World Women's Confederalism is going to be an organization like this if all of us achieve our wish to set it up. When we understand ourselves as fighters in this idea, we need organizations that take on responsibility in this fight. We need organizations that act viewing ahead, that take up the opportunities that arise of a revolutionary struggle and that fill these opportunities. We want to be one of these organizations because we all know that the time in which we live needs responses from revolutionary forces. One of the steps in organizing this is this current conference that we are at. And the strength that we can all take from this, hopefully will carry all of us until a future moment. So this said, long live international solidarity.
Of course, as profound and resilient this slogan is, over the last years, of course, we are moving beyond this. It's not just solidarity, but this struggle is our very own, and we are showing this in our daily and discussions under conferences like this as well. Thank you, Rua. Very interesting ideas and principles. Now I want to move on to Irem, because we know that in Turkey, since the collapse of the Talks for Talks, patriarchy and Islamic or fascism in the color of Islamic fundamentalism has attacked the society, above all the women and the Kurds, very viciously. So please, Irem.
Hello everyone. First of all, I would like to commemorate our comrades who were killed in the eyes of the Nagihan Akarsel. I would like to start by recognizing who, like Şebnem Korur Fincancı and the arrested Kurdish journalists, do not stop telling the truth. And I'm excited. And as women and LGBTI+, we are fighting for our lives and equality every day against male violence and state violence under the condition of withdrawing from the Istanbul Convention. I would like to convey their love, greetings, and solidarity to you. Today, I will talk about how women strong together emerge. Okay. How it was organized and how we organized our agenda, demands, and political discourse in Turkey. Women strong together emerge at a time when the women's and the family policies of the government turn into an all-out attack on our rights and lives. In mid-2016, a government commission report on family policies and a bill that provides amnesty to sexual offenders if they had married their victims were the lost straw for us. Women's organizations organized and took action that very night, and as a result of our efforts, this bill had to be withdrawn. But we knew that these attacks will not end. We were also on our way to a referendum which will give the president of the Turkey, Erdogan, would unlimited power. In such an environment, an emergency meeting was held in the Emergency Action Group Against Femicides, a group campaign launched in 2014. We thought that we should create a common ground against the various oppressions we faced in a way that will not be limited to femicides. Many women, whether they are part of an organization or not, whether they call themselves as feminist or not, agree that we need to mobilize a campaign that also spoke about the referendum, but not limited to that. Despite the end of the campaign, the group continued to exist as a space where we can organize campaigns and make demonstrations on the streets against attacks of the government. In this way, when we look at the experience of the women strong together over the past 5 years, we can see that the women's movement reveals a new, more intertwined, more equal way of engaging with the politics. The women's movement reveals a new, more equal way of engaging with the politics among women from different frameworks. We can say that it is a formation that provides us with a common attitude and a space of action in women's movement. Of course, it is not always easy for different women and organizations to stand by side and walk together. However, the feminist movement in Turkey have struggled a lot to achieve this, and we hope that at least we have succeeded to a certain extent. Of course, we are still making efforts to develop the ways and methods of this. For example, the Turkey Women's Meeting we held in 2019 is a product of this effort. At this meeting, around 1,000 women and LGBTI plus from nearly 40 cities came together in Istanbul. It was extremely exciting for the hundreds of women to have discussions together and to try to create a roadmap for 2 days. In this meeting, we talked about our differences regarding feminism, women's struggle, and methods of action. But despite all these differences, we left the hall with the confidence that we would meet on the streets. After this meeting, we have another communication network. I think that the ways we engage in the politics and act together are provided by the experiences and debates of feminist movement, which have been rising and struggling for years. As I mentioned before, the example of the campaign group focused on femicides and at the emergence of women strong together, and the feminist movement includes organizations that have come together around the campaign for different purposes and different methods over the years. Some of these were about the regulation of laws in the favor of women or the protection of the already acquired rights, and some of them were demand for peace. It is possible to say that we have adopted these feminist methods in our organizations and campaigns. For example, there is no hierarchy among the organizations and individuals in the platform. In decision-making processes, we try to reach a common decision. We do not use voting as a method. Deciding fundamental discourses by discussing together, identifying common principles in our discourse and methods, and transferring this over the years, establishing face-to-face relationship as much as possible, not establishing a center-periphery relationship with the platforms in other cities. We have a structure in which we try to establish solidarity and an equal relationship with organizations in other regions and cities. Of course, these may be things that depend on the unique conditions and the experiences of the countries. I do not claim that it will be easy, but our method and effort shape in this direction. What we do as a Women Strong Together, it's been 5 years, and it's a briefly, it's a brief, brief history of the Turkey. The actions in which we voiced our demands for the referendum process, protests regarding the authority granted to the Presidency of Religious Affairs, the campaign against male violence, the protest against the bill of sexual abuse, the protest to protect our right to alimony, the solidarity protest and the visits with the women workers seeking their rights, the protests against the trustees appointed to Kurdish municipalities, against attacks, detentions, and arrest of Kurdish women politicians, the campaign against the violence we have been exposed to in many areas during Corona, the protests against the state violence in prisons, and the campaign to prevent withdrawal from the Istanbul Convention, which expanded with the call of Women Strong Together. And recently, the protest we organized in solidarity with women in Afghanistan and Iran. Although we are platform organized, organized in Istanbul, we have carried out hundreds of protests and events in the partnership with different provincials, platforms, and the groups all over Turkey. In this process, the platforms emerged spontaneously with the other women in some provinces, or the slogan was adopted in various ways. We tried to somehow preserve our communication with them. This situation gave us the power to take simultaneous action to protest and disseminate our discourse in various places. However, as you will notice, our togetherness actually comes from the strength of standing side by side against the attacks against women and LGBTI+. This context situates us in a defensive position, and our political discourse and practice is usually against attacks by the state, against women and LGBTIs. We have been feeling for a while that the agenda is set by the government, not us. We haven't found a way around this yet. It's getting harder and harder to answer this question of what is our agenda, what constitutes our politics and demand as a whole. We are under constant attack and have a hard time coming out of a defensive position against it. As a woman strong together, we try to strengthen the presence of the feminist movement on the street. We are a platform that includes many different organizations and individuals, and Kurdish Women's Movement is an organic and active component of this platform. In fact, this is a great reflection of the political bound, unity of struggle, and solidarity that the feminist movement has established with the Kurdish movement since 90s. We also have contact with the platforms that struggle in different fields, although we do not agree with them in some respects, but we sometimes act together in our struggles. For example, some platforms prefer to make campaigns on a more bureaucratic basis. Although we do not focus on this, we try to act in a same way that strengthen each other. If we talk about the last period, state violence has become an increasing focus for us, and we need to fight more and more. From time to time, we live in times when we find it difficult to make even the simplest press release. We are going through times when detention and the police violence are normalized and people around us are arrested. In addition, the state is trying to impose restrictions on our social media networks, which we use as an alternative to mainstream media channels that we are already completely excluded from. An attempt to is made to intimidate the opposition's press and anyone who uses social media, which we call the censorship law, which was recently enacted to prevent so-called disinformation on social media. The latest arrested Kurdish women journalists are an important example of this. While I am making this speech here today, Women Strong Together is taking a meeting also, where they invite many organizations and individuals on what should be the agenda of the women towards the election to be held next year in Turkey. We are trying to weave a process leading to a national meeting in coming months. We are trying to weave our future like here. In this meeting in Turkey, we are talking about family-based policies, male violence, state violence on the streets, in prisons, and in general. And the burden of the recent deepening economic crisis on the women, the attacks of political Islam on our lifestyle, the attacks against LGBTIs. Finally, women, whether they are part of an organization or not, whether they call themselves feminists or not, all women and LGBTIs participating in Women Strong Together are experiencing together to organize a festive struggle under heavy attack. We are trying to establish a form of relationship that cares for each other, understands each other, is not competitive, but solidarist, not limited to representatives, egalitarian and democratic. This is our first international conference that we attended. We did not have direct ties with the international organizations. I see this conference as an opportunity both to convey Turkey's agenda here and tell the agenda of the women struggling in many countries there. Here, this conference is very powerful space to feel women's solidarity and struggle against patriarchy. Thank you for everyone. Women strong together.
Thank you, Iram. Now, Nizolonko, how do we continue to weave our paths, but at the same time deal with the now, all the while we prepare for the future? So we are very interested in hearing you, Juana.
Buenas tardes,
Good
estimadas.
afternoon, dear sisters from the Mapuche Nation. Each of us receive our love, our solidarity, our love. It's the first time I'm participating in such a big women's meeting. It fills me with joy, emotion. It gives me in tranquility that I'm not the only one struggling, and that at the other side of the world there's more women. That gives me power. However,
También desde aquí,
also from here, I want to pay homage to all the women that are imprisoned, men and women that put their body, that put a piece of sand, struggle, the ones the ones that are outside, maybe we're inside tomorrow, because states don't like us talking. We have a lot of dead people. They also gave their body. They have wounded people that left their blood on the earth. That's why I want to speak to that people, so courageous, so wary, so honest, so great, the Mapuche nation that has 14,000 years, that before the invader, we could say we always exercised freedom for women, but with this foreign invasion, our rights are polluted. 300 years ago, we have been having great Mapuche leader women. Anekeo, for example, a woman that was a great fighter. Wokola, the Walda, Orangileufo. And Juana Calfunao, she's here. I come from a community called Juan Payalef, in the what we call Chile, this territory. 140 years invaded. For the Argentinian and Chilean states that these republics occupied illegally our territories. One of the biggest massacres, 140 years we have been invaded. They say about us that we're people that don't believe in God, then we're uncivilized, then we are against advancement, against technology. And by coincidence, now today we are terrorists, and our only crime is defending the right to exist with dignity, to exist with plentiness, in balance with nature.
because we consider that we are not the owners of land, we're part of it. As part of it, we have to take care of it. That is why we are Mapuche, land, people of land. And as people of land, we cannot. I heard many things here. I heard many words that I knew and that I didn't know. This, the word that I heard is peasants. I didn't know we were peasants. We're natural people, people of nature. We are people that were born in the middle of nature and that have never left to the city, that never got entangled with capitalism.
Hemos defendido históricamente los derechos que nos existen como pueblo,
We
nación.
defended the rights of our people. We are with the ancestors. We pay homage to them because they left that heritage. Without land, we are not Mapuche. Without nature, we are not human beings. There's no human being that can live without water, without green things. That is why we have to take many big things from here. I don't know. Here there's so many people that accumulate a lot of money. I know money is means of transport, but it's not the main thing, because they were not taking care of nature. We cannot eat money, we cannot eat bills because they are dry. Coins are hard, we cannot swallow them. That is why we have to go back to nature.
Hace muchos años,
Many years ago,
año 73,
in 73,
y quiero citar esto porque es
and I want to reference that, I want to quote that because
donde yo dije, tengo que seguir en la lucha
I
de mi
said I have to stay in the struggle.
Siendo muy niña,
When I was very
yo
little,
fui encarcelada
I was incarcerated
en un lugar que se llama Valdivia.
in a place called Eldivia, in an island.
Conocí el río Valdivia.
That's how I knew the Valdivia River, because the police threw me in there, but I survived. My mother was incarcerated in the Temuco prison. She had really long braids like me, really long braids. And the military people cut them, and they took her jewelry. They abused from her sexually. My mother is dead now. I don't know who is more affected, the one abused or the person that saw that. That's my question. From that day on, I ask to God that they leave my mother living, and I would struggle my whole life for my people. That's what I'm doing now. It's my promise for the defense of my people.
Solo les cito esto
I'm only quoting this so that you see the brutality we live as women, as children, as human beings in a territory far away from this world. But this same world came to make our lands dirty. It's the seed of these people doing this, making this damage. There are the Germans, the Italians, the French, the Swiss. They came yesterday with nothing, impoverished like rats. Now they are the owners, the lords. They didn't have land only on their body, and now they have plenty of land. I don't know if land is reproducing itself for these people or what's going on. So that you think about it. Those are the ones, the children of these colonizers are the ones that are in Mapuche territory. They are the judges, the ones determining, the ones incarcerating, the ones trialing. They put a law, they launched a law of usurpation, of theft. Us, the originary peoples, are the thieves. We're thieves now. We're stealing land. But our land is the only territory that can be recovered. We have the Tapihue Treaty. This treaty came in 1825. The Article 12 says every citizen that breaks the borders will be punished. But all the transnationals are there, all the companies, the extractivist companies are there. But everything is now biological. Everything is biological now. So, extractivism, biological extractivism, they are destroying everything. But it's biological. And on those lands, there's also extractivism, transgenic extractivism. That's also biological. There's a set of words that are confusing. Maybe I'm confused. I don't know. It's the first time I come here. If I'm wrong, you tell me afterwards. Everybody appropriates Mapuchean people, but women that are there defending every day so that there's this more fair life to defend nature, we don't have access to come speak anywhere. Other people speak for us. Other people tell the story. Other people tells us what to do. That's not going to happen again, sister.
Nosotros conocemos nuestra
We
historia.
know our history. We know the pain. We have the suffering. We have the hunger. We suffer the incarceration. I was 5 years in prison. Nobody came to see me because they said I was a bad woman, that I hit some judge. I was a bad woman. Nobody could look at me. 8 months in the jail, they put me. Joyfully, I thank my mother that she never got me vaccinated, but she fed me with her breast. That gave me the power that I have today. She taught me how to be healthy, how to have a good breathing, and she taught me how to be nurse, how to be in balance. And that let me live. There's a lot of people and organizations that want to appropriate us. Everybody wants to send something.
mapuche y las sentaron allí, no se sabían ni si la O era redonda o cuadrada, pero las tenían ahí sentadas.
They didn't know nothing, but this political person didn't know nothing, but came to help supposedly to dismantle what Pinochet did. I was not Argentinian. I'm not Chilean. I'm not evangelical. I'm not Christian. I'm not leftist. I'm not right winger. Why do I care what happens to the Chilean neighbors? I'm concerned with what happens to my people. And there, the Mapuchean people is used to speak for 3 hours. I only have 10 minutes. Right when I'm talking about European Union, they tell me I have 10 minutes.
Bueno, dado la casualidad que
by coincidence, the only this text is going to be for legally appropriating our land. They were not going to dismantle the Pinochet constitution. They are not interested in that. They are not going to be able to sell territory. But they are interested that the Mapucheans would sign so that they can come in the territory. As the ancestors say, when somebody is smart, there's somebody who is smarter. And there we are, the ones without titles, the ones that are not intellectual, the peasants. There we were, the women, Mapuchean women, women that are really smart. And we dismantled their famous political text, their constitution. They say for the census we are 600. But when I was born, we were 600. I only have 14 children, imagine. I like men very much, imagine. But in reality, we are 6 million indigenous. So we easily could dismantle their constitution. They want to appropriate illegally our land. What am I speaking to European Union? They are ready to intervene in extractivism. I don't know if you heard of the World Health Organization. Also came with their toolbox, their vaccination box, because they had to vaccinate all the Mapuchean so that they live longer, so that they have have clear ideas. I cannot speak slowly. I'm used to shout in my land. We realize immediately that this is pollution. Immediately we realize we didn't pay attention to that. Nobody got vaccinated. No, never in life we vaccinated. Why are we going to get vaccine now? Because we are old now. There's also European Union. They come very often to tell their own story. 1 minute. Here at least they are giving me more. Good morning, and that's it. You cannot tell your story in 1 minute. That's the UN, and I continue. There are many sisters who are ecologists. I encounter artistic ecology and feminists. I congratulate you. I'm not against you. But you know, the problem is that they don't respect originary people. They look at me and they think I'm at itinerary museum. They want to take pictures of me, and I'm not a museum. I think, of course, I can take pictures. I can get my picture taken. And now you can take a picture of me to say, look at that woman, she's an ancestral authority, and I have a picture of her. I'm also going to take a picture with all my friends here, but not in the way that I'm just walking and you're taking pictures of me. This is why, because that kept in heritage, they took indigenous and they were like a museum. They put them in cages like in a zoo. But now the Mapuchean people can speak Spanish, English, French, and we can defend ourselves. With lots of love and respect, I'm going to tell you, sisters, we can do a lot of coalitions together. I think a lot, even though the differences, we can erase easily these differences. But you know what? We're a suffering people. We have many people incarcerated at this moment. And Bachelet is in the UN ready to sign that we're terrorists. And when that happens, the same will happen as the Tamil people, because nobody wants to be with a terrorist. Nowadays, Mapuchean people, they want to say we're terrorists. But I never took a weapon in my life. I don't even know how to use it. I can't even kill myself with it. I don't know how to use it. We are a natural people. We are a worldview people. We're not a violent people. 140 years we've been with the Chilean state. If we were people with weapons, if we were doing it that way, I promise you wouldn't even stand a chance. You wouldn't even stand a chance. We had done it that way. But we are a worldview people. And that is why we can be proud of it, because we never killed anybody. We never stole anything from anybody. We have a lot of dignity. And we keep our head up because we've never done that. I'm going to ask you, sisters, if you could write thousands of letters to prisons, to the government, to the Chilean government, to the embassies, to say, return Mapuchean land. Return that Mapuchean land to the Mapuchean people.
Robada serán recuperadas.
The stolen land will be recovered. Stolen land will be recovered. So, if you could write letters and maybe occupy the embassy. Some days ago, I personally had lots of trials. Some days ago, I went to prison in Concepcion because we have some brothers that are incarcerated there. I went there. I went there like very calmly. Immediately, the deputies asked for the list. Who are the people that are daring to visit terrorists? I was the head of that delegation. Afterwards, I came here. maybe on my return, they will arrest me. And I want to count with the solidarity of all these beautiful women that are going to support me and ask for my freedom.
Cada vez que
Every time I came to denounce to the UN or to the international courts because we demand the Chilean state, my house burned. The July 3rd, I have the evidence that another house in my community was burned. I go and see there what happened. It's now it's a so they burned my house. This is the 5th house of mine that gets burned. It's not that I have 5 houses. I had my house, they burn it, I did it again, they burn it again. The 5th is. How can we organize with women? How can we have something together? People that smoke maybe can invest that money for an account for solidarity. How can we have solidarity with women that are so far away? Let's think about that. Let's do some practical work because capitalism is going to kill us all. How many women and men have died in my land? Macarena Valdez is a woman that was defending land. Well, from one day to the other, she was dead. How many people? How many people? I escaped death. Look at me. Look at me. No, I was not hit by my man, or I didn't got burned. Look at my face. I have doctors that really love me, that did that repaired my face, but I'm destroyed completely. This is the state. That's the state that attacks people. If they don't kill me, what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. And I'm here to say that, to talk about the injustice of men and women that live in the territory called Chile. So I invite you to join the struggle, to support the women, the children that are in the Mapuche land being incarcerated every day. I have 82 detentions. All the time they are incarcerating me. I'm not afraid of them. You know what? They forgot that when we were born, they stole fear from us. We're people without fear. Sisters, go ahead, everybody, defend nature. Marichuel.
Chaltumay Lamien, Chaltumay.
Free the Mapuche for fighting. Freedom to the Mapuche for fighting.
Azadi.
La tienen en la embajada de Suiza. ¿Me pueden dar unos minutos? Sí,
Sí, ya.
Woman life, freedom. Woman life, freedom. I want to ask solidarity from each woman so that you can write letters to the Swiss canton. My sister is the ambassador of the Mapuchean people. She should have been here, but you know what? But she's in detention. She cannot leave the country. They are not giving her the passport. She cannot even go to her territory. So I want to ask you and support letters to the Swiss canton with the emotion, with the joy. I forgot that part, that I have to ask for solidarity for the ambassador of our people that has been captivated, that has been
I'm a woman that comes from between the two rivers, but at the moment I felt so Mapuche, and at the same time I felt Nizo Lonka was a Kurdish woman. Our experiences resonate so much. It is one and the same. So thank you for your encouraging words of struggle and consciousness of freedom. Thank you very much. I want to open the floor to all of you. We have now began a discussion to further our not only dialogue, but also further how to act together. Because really, from all the discussions today and even before and beyond, we know that freedom is to organize, freedom is to act, freedom is to struggle. Therefore, it's not answer and question, but if you have any comments, proposals, principles, tools with which we can go beyond solidarity and act at the same time all around the world around common principles and action. So the floor is yours. Please take it. I will take, maybe because we have until 6:30, so it's now 6:07. So our comrade in yellow, are there microphones? Yeah. Please state the language you want to speak in, and you can speak in any language.
Okay. Can you hear me? Yes. Spanish. Estoy muy emocionada por estar aquí.
I'm very much with a lot of emotion to be here in this moment. I'm going to say sorry if I speak very fastly or if I say something wrong. Thank you. I thank the table, the panel. It was a very powerful day. I thank the reflections, the self-critique that I felt invited to, especially the last speaker. I think one proposal of alliance has to uh, embrace self-critic from the West. It has to. I heard a lot of talking about abstract things that I understood, but I really missed to materialize some topics like food system. Freedom means all of these marvelous things that have been told, but also put some limits to false liberties, consumption, consumism. As you said about ecology and bioproducts in this agroalimentary system, countries are being exploited, but also in Europe, in the south of Europe, the Mediterranean, and also in the north of Africa, in the Mediterranean countries. One example, oranges. Most oranges are produced in Spain, in Morocco, in Italy. The most consumption of oranges is in Germany. If we are speaking about justice, I think we should include a perspective of the food system, because exploiting certain lands includes exploiting the south of Europe. It looks like we're forgetting that, but European system is exploiting some countries by centralizing power. There's not a lot of social justice in some of these countries, suffering because of that. You know all of that. What am I eating? Is it ethical to eat some products because they are bio? But where are they coming from? In which conditions they are being produced? In some countries like Spain, Italy, there are situations of slavery in order to produce these bioproducts. That's also part of the feminist account. It has been told today and yesterday that many often they appropriate feminist account and ecological account. It's being spoken in some areas about ecology and ecologism, but we forget that there's agricultural politics behind it. Last thing, the system is all of us as well. System cannot reproduce itself, even though the repressed part is perpetuating it. Many friends have told that before. There are ways of producing the system. I support all the anti, but I hear the words of my grandmother. My grandmother is the system. She has been raised in a patriarchal system, and sometimes she reproduces it, even though she has taught me to be the woman that I am today. What I want to say, the system is also us. I think it's okay to be anti-system, but it's also a bit abstract if I don't say how. How am I going to be anti-system if my salary depends on a state? What do? I go to live in the countryside? Some friends do that, but there I leave behind other things that are part of the system as well. And it's not enough to say that I'm anti-system. I think it's also necessary to build from our contradictions without punishing ourselves, but also acknowledging that the problem is also there and not only far away from us. Sorry for the length.
Thank you very much. Indeed, important
Muchas gracias.
that need to be taken into account, and it has been discussed and are taken into account. Are there any other?
Hola?
I can't see.
Hola?
There's one right over there to the left. İlk önce ama o. Sorry?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. Somebody already has taken a microphone here, so we'll do that and then move over there. Please say your names as well so we know.
Hola, me llamo Tatiana.
Hi, my name is Tatiana. I wanted to use this opportunity that the Kurdish women taught me about critics and self-critics as something from love. I want you to understand my words in that way. I want to know if Dilar is here. Dilar, are you here? The friend Dilar is here? Did she leave? The thing is, she's in the boat. I'm afraid that they will kidnap the feminist movement, respect for the martyrs, the international treaty, the action plan of Iran. Was on 2nd of September, September the 2nd. Israel, European Union, and United States were putting pressure on Iran because they wanted nuclear weapons. In that moment, women were part of a political game where we were being used. September 2nd, the nuclear program, the treaty.
Desde el principio. Bueno, quería ser breve, pero veo que no.
I wanted to be brief, but maybe it doesn't work. September 2nd, there is a nuclear program that is being agreed right now internationally. It is wanted that Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, but it is asking Israel is asking for it. United States is asking for it. So is the European Union. All of them have nuclear weapons. What I want to say is that that happened on September 2nd. September 16th, our sister was killed. The focus internationally is put there, but it's not put in the child that died some days ago in Palestine, not on the women that are dying in Yemen. Not there is an intention of using feminist movement to international games. That concerns me. Concerns me what role United States has in Kurdistan. We should speak about it calmly one day. I'm also concerned which territories are going to be obtained if, above all, if to get a territory, the fatherland is over my children. I want a land to build. I want to build a land. If I ask in Ukraine to a mother in Donbass, she would say, I'm resisting. And if in the Ukrainian part, close to, nearer to Europe, they would say, I am resisting. I don't want my children to be born to kill other children in the name of nothing, not in the name of the fatherland or the flag or the language or anything at all. Not my children or the children of my sister. The capitalist system wants that because that's what has value. My children, not money, my children. If I give a step forwards and decide that I'm going to make an international law where my children are mine, not property. Because if a child, one of my child takes weapon, not a child takes a weapon, war disappears. Our good, more powerful good are our children, our daughters and sons. Solidarity and understanding of people. Lastly, we should have a meeting, a gathering of critics and self-critics.
Yes, and with translation, maybe it's lost in translation, although I know they are doing a good job. But our children are armed. They are armed in the biggest armies of the nation states. Germany is arming, and they are sending their children into Middle East, into Africa, into other places. The US, there is, these are our children. So therefore, I know this is so difficult. I agree with you, Lonko. It's so difficult to speak and translation. So, and just because our movements may be hijacked, we cannot stop and not do anything. But what we must do is make sure it's not hijacked. And I think this is also the case in Iran. The US may want a revolt, but just because we're not going to sit and not revolt. Thank you. There was another friend over there.
Hello? That's work. Thank you. Dear women of all kinds, and dear women of Kurdistan, thank you so much. I can express my gratitude to each of you who had shared their knowledge, their courage, their wisdom, individually, collectively. You resurrect my trust in myself and the trust to the revolution of women of Myanmar right now, back in my home country. Thank you so much.
Can you tell us where you are from and your name, please?
Sun Sabe Pew, but my artist name is Sun Si Heavenly. I used to be a peace activist, and all I have been trained myself is non-violence method. But you, women of Kurdistan, taught me how to be brave in my own skin. Thank you. Actually, I have a question to the lady from Gemeinsel Kampfen. Sorry for my German. I heard a few things about foreign policy making process. So I would like to understand how is it going on if the government or the policymaker working together with people like you and your organization, and what is the possible influence of that kind of policy for the Kurdistan women's freedom? Thank you.
Can you give it to the lady behind, Evalroni?
My name is Roni. I'm a journalist. This is the first time that I've joined a meeting like this. And really, I took so much strength and energy from it. There were tears in my eyes many times. I didn't know what to say because all the speeches from everyone were really beautiful. In particular, our friend here from the Mapuche really made a profound impact on me. Our feelings become just the same as Kurdish women. That the natural culture, the culture of resistance, they're all the same. We need to come together, we need to understand the power of ourselves, we need to organize our own power. Because our ethics, our feelings, we've come to see ourselves as small, but we need to never do this. We need to see ourselves as significant. I bring to memory Heval Nagahana Karsel, whose picture is up behind the stage. She was a friend of mine since childhood. I loved her very much. She was an incredible, beautiful, sweet woman. Her feelings were so strong. She was a very natural woman. She loved water, fire, trees, the earth. This is why she was assassinated. Because she brought together the stories of women. She brought together the pain of women. And this is why she was assassinated. This is why the Turkish state killed her. This is why I will wear the red scarf and we will bring about her dreams and her utopias. Because we're Kurds. Because we've been cast out of our land, cut from our land, made refugees. Just how the land of the Mapuche has been stolen from them, we've been cut from our land. They want to dry us up. But we will struggle to continue this struggle, to continue to blossom. And so in this meeting, I saw that all our pains are the same. Our loves are the same. And so we do not need to be divided. We don't need to say, you're like this, I'm like this. We need to bring our force, our thoughts, and our power together in unity. The women of the Sudan, the Mapuche, in Argentina, in Kurdistan, those who are killed and assassinated for everything, because we resist, because they won't accept the dominance of the male, because they love their land, because they love freedom. So this is why it's necessary as all women come together, understand our pains together. Today, in the mountains of Kurdistan, women guerrillas die and are killed by chemical weapons. These chemical weapons are made and sold in European countries. These women are not terrorists. They defend Kurdistan in the mountains. This is why we need to show their struggle. We need to introduce it to the world. Thousands of women are locked away all across Kurdistan, just like the women of the Mapuche, just like the women of all the different places. And so this much I can say, our pains are the same. We need to come out together. We must organize together. Organize, organize. Thank you.
We have one final, I have to end it unfortunately. I have one final, I'm going to give the word to our friend there. No.
Oui, je vais m'exprimer en français. Je suis Louisa.
Speak in French. I'm the co-president of a feminist collective. It's called the Feminist Collective for Equality. It's a 20-year-old collective, and it was created at the moment. C'est OK la enfin,
C'est bon. Merci. Donc,
Thank you. I'm Louisa. I come from Paris. So I'm a literature professor and a feminist militant. I was a founding member of the Feminist Collective for Equality, who is installed in France. Is it okay? So this collective has been created at the moment of the law of the explicit religious sign at school. So it's the law of the 15th of March in 2004 that forbid young women to wear the veil in school. So young women, essentially high school students. It was at the origin of hundreds of expelling from schools. I would like to bring focus on the fact that I hear that the question of the veil is a concern here and in many countries, but in France, it's a pretext for exclusion for a lot of young women from schools. And a few weeks ago, the education minister, the national education minister, said that a long dress or should this young women should be under the eye of the headmasters and the teachers of the high school under supervision. So just on this question of the veil, knowing that depending on the place we speak from, depending on the places we are in which countries we are, it can be something, the subject can be like in Iran where it's imposed, but however, in some countries, young women are excluded from school and cannot pursue their studies because they wish to wear the veil. and that is forbidden to them. So for me, it is a subject, and it was important in this assembly where the solidarity with those young women, also with those French young women, should be signaled in an assembly like this one. And I also thank you for the richness and the very emotional collective moments that we've had collectively and that we could share in these few days. Thank you very much. This issue, pardon.
You know, those for favor politicize it according to their ideology, and those against it also politicize it. So therefore, there is what we call cultural Islam, which is a little bit separate from the political and power indexed Islam. Okay, one final. I know you've been really wanting it, one of you, but that's it because we must be out of here. So, only you, and then we're done.
En castellano. Sí, es una reflexión.
I will make it in English. It's about how we build alliances. The proposal of the Kurdish movement is a democratic confederalism. And in the way of these steps of this confederalism, we need to grow up our alliances, to make networks. And what we are doing here, it's this. We are making alliances, but in which frame and how we are doing. As migrant bodies, we need ourselves to say our story, to tell our story as migrant bodies. And we need to know that there's different kinds of migrations. There's refugee comrades, there's comrades without passports. All of these persons need to tell, and we need to tell our own story. We need to stop to be subjects. Other people talking about us needs to stop. This is not an alliance. We are not subjects of study. As migrant bodies, we are bodies that we are with one leg here and another leg there. For a lot of us, it's strange also. And with this strange, we are waving our territory that a lot of us live without even decided. So, in a practical way, if there are conferences like this in the future, and a lot of comrades from different territories, where are the migrant comrades from other territories? These migrant comrades are grabbing all the work of caring, of all the reproductive work in our own territories that make possible for us to be here, for others to be here. How to share these spaces also with these bodies. For example, we are here, we are all creating garbage also. If we don't clean our own garbage in the space, who will clean it? The garbage that we are creating. Migrant bodies are gonna come that are gonna clean this garbage that a lot of us are generating. And it's a little practical story that we can do. And it's a little alliances that it's quite practical. So to explain how we are sharing this voice with other people, how we are grabbing these voices, how also we are appropriating of other histories, presenting pictures of comrades that maybe never decide to be in a presentation in a conference like this. We need to decide, we need to be all of us really critical with which voices we are taking from who and who we are representing and what we want to represent. Because all of us, we have our own voices with the one we can talk, and we cannot appropriate us from others to be here. This is not an alliance.
Okay, I am afraid I am not. I'm not allowed to give the floor to anybody else anymore because we are supposed to finish at 6:30. And now I have in front of me a closing statement which does not embody the very final discussions that we've done, but they will be incorporated into it later. So I want to, first of all, thank all the panelists here today, all the speakers. They have truly enriched our understanding of one another.
So thank you. Thank you very much.
So as a final closing statement, this has been jointly prepared. In our first conference in October 2018, we shouted as jeunes, women, that we want our jian, life, to be based on azadi, freedom. The second International Women's Conference of the Women Weaving the Future Network, we held it on November 2022 in Berlin, Germany, under the slogan of Our Revolution, Liberating Life, with the participation of total of 800 women from 41 countries. The conference was concluded with great success. As we were holding our conference, Jeune Jian Azadi is being proclaimed in all corners of the world as the slogan of rebellion and solution. All over the world, women are standing up and rebelling to make the 21st century the century of women. We are going through a very dark times, but we are also at the wake of the birth of a new light. For more profit and power, the capitalist system is dragging our world to a third world war by means of conflicts, ecological destruction, pandemics, exploitation, extraction, dispossession, and violence. Women from all the 5 continents are experiencing this war through the colonization of their bodies and territory. We are refuting this path in order to stop it and instead create a more free and just world for everybody. We are declaring to the world that we will take responsibility and become subjects. Water, air, fire, and earth shall be with us. We have all over the world yelled "Ni una menos" and "Meto." We have danced to the music and Las Teses and said no to violence against women. We have taken up the street, organized and developed our self-defense against the patriarchal system that disregards and objectifies us. We have defended our basic rights. In all the continents, women are resisting against the erasure of their traditions and memories through poetry, songs, dance, and wisdom. Women who stand with the nature's power of healing struggle for the future they dream of. Because words are empty without action. Words without action is blind. We are going against racism, exploitation, colonialism, militarism, and multinationalism and states. They are therefore afraid of us. Let them be even more afraid. We are uniting and multiplying against those who criminalize our deed and words and plunder our life energy. The morality police of the Iranian regime took Jina Amini from us. The Turkish fascist state has taken our comrade Nagihan Akarsel from us. In Sudan, Yemen, United States and Latin America, women are being killed, raped, arrested, and violated. They owe us more than one life. They owe us the lives of our mothers, our grandmothers, our sisters. We are an expression of their resistance. We are witnessing the evolution in a different direction of the centuries-old experiences of women's struggles. We are going through a process in which different social groups see their own freedom in women's freedom and believe that women's freedom will ensure the freedom of all society. We are outraged. This is a collective outrage. We are strong. We are going to change the world. We live in a new age of freedom struggle led by women's revolution. As Öcalan says, the desired life cannot be created by miracles, but by revolution. In Kurdistan, in Iran, in Afghanistan, in Latin America and Europe, we are rising up and struggling for the life we desire. As women, we are becoming khebun, meaning ourselves. We are rejecting the names given to us and to our lands by capitalist colonialism, patriarchy, and giving ourselves new names. We are now in a time of women, and the best response to this time is to render women's common areas of struggle and solidarity permanent. With this conference, we declare the coming into existence of the Jeune Jian Azadi, Women Weaving the Future Network. Our next step after this conference will be to create a common roadmap in light of our discussions over the last 2 days. We call on all women who long for a different life outside the current system of oppression to join our network and to strengthen the common struggle on the basis of women's revolution. Jeune Jian Azadi. Jeune Jian Azadi. Jeune Jian Azadi. Jeune Jian Azadi. Jeune Jian Azadi. Jeune Jian Azadi. Jeune Jian Azadi.
So, dear friends, comrades, just before we finish the conference, this historical conference, there are so many people that organized this conference that we would like to thank to. So, a great applause for everyone that organized, especially for the organization. Come on stage. Applause, applause for this beautiful woman. And now, so our mothers for peace, unsere Mütter für Frieden, Familien für Frieden. Für Foto. Havin? Havin? Havin, it's you. Şimdi tercümanlıktan buradan kimse yok ne? And our translator friends, you can also come down. For the translators also. Especially for Enterprise and all the free activists that helped us to translate. And we would also like someone from Gynology to come on stage. Gynology? Kendileri gelsin artık. Bekle. Delal. Kim kalmıştı? Durun. Also for the friends that help by the security, for the security. Hey, geliyor. So, from the Families for Peace, there is a gift for you, but it's only 15 roses. Fıstıklı dondurma bir şakaydı. Applause also for Families for Peace.
Gleich sagt, dass wir es war von Anfang an Legerins Mutter, Sheikh Alina Sanchez.
And also we would like to call the mother of Sheikh Legerin to the stage, Alina Sanchez. Patricia. Sheikh Namerin! Sheikh Namerin, şehit Namerin. Also, special applause for every woman that's fighting in this world. So for you. Thank you for all your efforts. Without you, this conference wouldn't be possible. And also, these moments we shared are unforgettable moments for us all. And they are moments that will strengthen our fight. I feel this. I think every one of us feels this. So thanks.
Done with patriarchy is going to fall. Up feminism that is going to win.
I haven't prepared myself for ending speech or something because I think we should end with these shades, with the martyrs. So this is the solution of what you created. With the spirit, with the soul of the shaheeds, the martyrs, we want to present you this. Şehit Namerin, şehit Namerin, şehit Namerin. Kommst du kurz zum Helfen? Orta. Kari ortaya begri. Mitte, Mitte. So I want to read the names because these friends were with us the whole time. These fighting women were these women that even were brave enough to fight against chemical weapons in Kurdistan, so I want to read their names. It's Sheikh Nalin, Sheikh Arin, Sheikh Delal, Sheikh Diana, Sheikh Dida, Sheikh Niz, Sheikh Mawa, Sheikh Chia, Sheikh Zinarin, Sheikh Zilan, Sheikh Rojbin, Sheikh Sherda, Sheikh Rojda, Sheikh Avzem, Sheikh Nalin, Sheikh Sharistan, Sheikh Eylem, Sheikh Seher, Sheikh Destan, Sheikh Vian, Sheikh Beritan, Sheikh Ruken, Sheikh Ekim und Sheikh Mezgin. Slavin Mesh Havalanram. Şehit Namerin, Şehit Namerin, Şehit Namerin, Şehit Namerin. And the last announces, first of all, the Migrant Strikes Berlin organized something for us. There are a place for 200 people. They organized pizza. I can give you the address right now, and any one of you wants to go can join. It's in Berlin, Rote Insel, Mannstein 10, like Mannstein 10, here in Berlin, but also you can take the address from me. There's place for 200 people of us. Who of you has time can go? And also, from the last conference, there's this book, and another point, some of our comrades lost the silver ring. If you find, you can give it to us to give back. And once again, we can just thank all the women defend, also the youth, also gemeinsam kämpfen, and everyone here. So let's say in some years we will see each other again, but then we will be more organized, and we will be even stronger and stronger. So Serkeftin, Serkeftin. Digi, zero, apo, Digi, zero, apo. If you all just could take your rubbish with you, would be good also. And don't forget about the headphones. The headphones, Eva.